Oh, yes, that's right. Welcome to Sequester Mini. I'm TR here for another episode. And of course, we have our fresh new correspondent, hot off her first official live commentary last night, Suzi. How's it going, Suzi? I think you're muted, Suzi. We lost all of that. That was probably gold.
No, I was just saying that, I love doing my first commentary. Woke up at like 1:15, slept in my contacts. It was definitely a good situation. Also, the goal is by next week, figure out how to actually use a mic. Apparently the mute button. It'll all be it's a new Suzi next week. I swear, y'all.
It's all in due time, Suzi. You can't rush growth. Things
we can do a bingo too. Like Suzi leaves the mic on, bingo.
There you go. That works. Things get better over time, of course. For example, we didn't always have the theme song we played today. We debuted it yesterday. Thank you to Will from America for help with that. Will from America, of course, is the musician who makes the music for the Sequester game itself. So you might have recognized some musical similarities there. I don't know. Thank you, Will from America. We appreciate that. So let's bring in some of our guests for today. Of course, we have a good chunk of the players from last night. I think 16 to 18, somewhere in that ballpark of people will be showing up here today to discuss the game. Of course, as we've done the last chunk of after shows, we are doing a sliding panel style of interview. StreamYard only allows 6 people in the room at a time and 4 extra people backstage. So throughout the discussion, we'll be rotating people in and out to offer their 2 cents on what's going on. And as we say goodbye to people throughout the rounds, we'll bring in more people until we get to the end of the game discussion. But to start off, let's bring in the winner from last night's game, Mr. Hotshot, Ryan.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me.
Of course, Ryan. Thanks for taking the time. You must be, oh my God, you must be reeling, huh?
I'm still coming down from a high from all of this last night. I don't think I'll be recovered until like noon tomorrow at this rate. So
yeah,
it's all very surreal. And there's enough discussion going around last night on its own. So I'm sure I'll have more to come.
I'm sure that's probably true. We're in for a lot of fun today. Thanks for joining us, Ryan. It should be pretty cool to get into some of the gameplay, analyze where your head was at going into it, and see if we can map your trajectory from the starting room.
Yeah, for sure. Whatever that is.
Yeah, exactly. So let's bring in some of the other people to help join us in the discussion today. Some other folks we have Phil, we have Vinny, we have Geneva, we have Ariana, Sydney, Jason, and Ray all backstage. They're going to be, hold on, I know Ray's doing a pose. Hold on, Ray, I want to be able to bring you in so you can do your pose real quick. There you go.
Nice. Oh, there it is. Hello.
Okay, perfect. Great, Ray. I wanted to get that. We're gonna be rotating all of these fine folks in to help us discuss the parts of the game. Before we get into the actual round discussion, the nitty gritty, let's talk about intro videos, and let's talk about maybe some of everyone's experience with the org community. So I don't know how many of you were maybe familiar with minis in the past, how many of you have watched them, how many of you have played them. But let's get into it. Anyone have anything jumping out at them? Ray, what's your experience with minis?
So literally Sequester was the first mini I got into. So this would be my first experience. I'm a huge reality TV fan, but I literally started watching Sequester when Brent started promoting Sequester, and then I just fell into it from there.
Yeah, I'm in a very similar boat. I played a college version of Survivor at OSU that was on YouTube, so I was a little used to people hating on me early on and good old YouTube comments. But then, yeah, I haven't played any orgs. I haven't done any of these minis. I watched this when the Survivor one came on, and I watched it like way back in the day when LeCompte was on because I know him a little bit, but not anything major. I had I watched like a 4-hour podcast before to start planning all the different rounds and strategies, but hasn't been a long time, like I know for a lot of you.
I just want to clarify that despite accusations thrown against my name, I was never in an org community. I run a fantasy league with a bunch of friends of mine. In fact, while I was playing Sequester, apparently my phone was blowing up with like RuPaul Drag Race text, and am I getting points for this? And does that count as a dead drop? And blah, 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 blah. So I've never played an org. I didn't even know what an org was. And I got off the game and friends were texting me going, what the hell's an org? I'm like, that's a fascinating question.
Yeah, literally that. I heard that you had been in the org community. That's what everybody was saying. So it's surprising
I ran with that.
Not.
I honestly think that's probably why you went home, because otherwise, like, it didn't. No, like, I mean, seriously, because I think it was being spread, and like, so it's like, okay, well, I'd rather get out someone who's a bigger target than me at this point, because I knew coming into the game that would be a huge like thing for me. And in terms of myself too, like, I've, been watching Big Brother and Survivor, The Circle, a lot of competition reality shows over the last several years. And stay tuned. I actually did partake in like a college university Survivor that will be talked about months from now. But yeah, so like that was kind of my experience with that. And, I'd been aware of Audrey, of course, because I watched Big Brother, and I saw a lot of people I followed in the DB Twitter community that were tweeting about Sequester in April. So then I started watching and then got really hooked. And that's kind of what led me to play for the first time a month ago.
Yeah, I am actually from org communities. So I played in Tumblr Survivor like, I don't know, 8 years ago. I actually know Sharifa that way. They won one of the seasons I was in.
Wow.
Yeah, and so it was kind of like I wasn't able to do it. Like the last couple of years, I haven't been able to do orgs. Just I got a job. Takes a lot of time. So I'm happy Sequester is around to have like a one-day thing where I actually have the time to play. So it was fun, even if I wasn't there very long.
Yeah, I'm amazed that I dodged the bullet that Jason got hit with. Like, I'm laughing at the chat right now because I play these endlessly. Like, it's a bad habit of mine at this point. Like, being like the past 2 years of college, I just had so much free time that this is like how I spend it, like talking to people around the world. And I don't know how I completely missed getting hit by that, but the whole Sequester world's new to me.
Target, though. Like, I don't even know, like, that's not like a solid reason for like being a target. Oh, I've played in orgs before, like, I don't know.
It's not, and I think Daniel was the one to say that that's not a reason to be a target. This is all new to me. I just started watching Sequester when it was BB US versus Canada. And
That's what I started watching too.
And then ever since then, I've been obsessed. And I was just like, all right, I'm going to try it. I had no clue what I was walking into. I don't know. I had no clue about orgs. I didn't know who anyone was really. So when I really don't know who started the org room, but I just kind of ran with that. And it was just an excuse. It was a pop out.
I mean, I blame Ray. I
assume we'll talk about it when we get there. That was definitely me.
Oh, we're going to chat. We don't chat.
Yeah. I finally applied for my first org because I just like Cindy, I found about this during the same thing, BBUS versus BBCan. I didn't know what orgs were until and nobody really explained it to me like that well until literally this week. And I finally applied for one. So I'm excited. Hopefully I get to play in it. It's like a Survivor based one. So that'd be
cool.
There
are orgs out there that you think I should try so I can get some org experience, because apparently that's both good and bad, let me know.
Yeah.
I can apply anywhere. Sign me up.
Yeah. Apparently there's a bunch, you can find them on Facebook, and then there's Facebook groups, and then the application's linked through there, and that's how I did it. And then they do an interview, and then they said they'll let us know who the final cast is soon. But it's you have to be you have to be dedicated to it, because it's a 39-day thing. It's you go on it every single day for 39 days. And the only reason I'm okay with that is I'm a pre-med student. I normally don't have time to do this stuff, but I have this is actually my one summer off before med school. So I finally have time to do something like this. So that's why I'm signing up for it. But
frankly, COVID is what gave me this opportunity to get into the Sequester community, because I was so interested in it. But like I said in my video, I host 3 to 5 bar trivias a week in normal time. So I don't have time to sit around for 5 hours and just watch a fun game online. So when all of a sudden my contracts went away, I started getting into Sequester. I think it was around the BB Can, BBB USA one. I had watched the YouTube series before, but I didn't really know a lot about the minis, and I just fell in love with it.
Yeah, and I work at a movie theater, so I'm about to not have weekends at all when we reopen. So I was excited to get in now while we still had a couple weeks off.
And you did well, so you'll probably be back.
That was the goal.
Yeah, I'd love to see you again, Raymond. I was rooting for you at the end.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk about intro videos. So intro videos are, of course, a big aspect of the game. Largely with these patron minis, most of you do not know each other. Some of you do, but most of you don't. And so oftentimes what those first few eliminations are based off of are judgments from the intro videos. So I want to talk to you all. I want to hear your thoughts going into the intro videos. If you had any kind of strategy in making your video, or if it was just something you kind of threw together and filmed on your phone in one take and sent in. Let's talk about it. Anyone want to start out?
I mean, mine was bad, if you want to talk about it.
It wasn't bad. I thought it was funny. It's just I don't know, people. Yeah, and I liked your cardboard cutout in your background.
Yeah, I think I wrote cardboard cutout on Jeff.
It wasn't boring.
Yeah. Well, so I am not good at editing videos. So I knew it was going to be hard. So I tried to be a little gimmicky with the probes thing. So I at least had something people could go off of. What I did not realize was the sound quality on mine until I was in the game. And I was like, oh shit, I can barely hear myself. That's going to be an issue. So once I heard that, I knew it was going to probably hurt me a bit. But good to know. Next time I need to talk to somebody who has experience with video editing to make sure the sound is actually working.
I wish I had some big grand plan with mine. I think I filmed it twice, and the only time I redid the first one because I flubbed my words. The only thing I knew I wanted to do going into it was mention it was my birthday yesterday. But my birthday's in September. I'm still 20 years old. So.
Oh, that's so cool.
I was going to ask you about that because I was like, I heard it wasn't actually your birthday.
Yeah,
after I left the game, everyone was like, it wasn't really his birthday.
I honestly forgot you said it was your birthday. So maybe I should have remembered because maybe that would have affected the game a bit. But
I really just wanted to see if saying something like that would have any impact on the game. I figured it wouldn't have a huge effect.
I think it did for the first couple rounds. They were
safety change.
People were like, we're not going to get him out for his birthday.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I won't. Sure. It was solely an experiment on my end, but apparently it worked out. So
you ruined it for everyone else now.
Because in a previous mini, another guy said it was his birthday, and literally at midnight, right after he got voted out. So, it's a 50-50 tactic.
Yeah, going into my video, I knew that I was just going to sit on a chair. So I wanted to say something that would make people remember me. Oh, that's the girl with the wine. Or, oh, that's the girl that said she met Miley Cyrus.
Big glass. Right.
I didn't want to be super boring because that's what I was worried was going out the first round because my video was boring. But right when I hopped to the next room, someone asked me how it was meeting Miley Cyrus. So I was like, all right, it kind of worked.
I remember the first time I ran into you, Sydney. I was like, wait, you're the girl with the giant wine glass, right?
Yes, the giant wine glass. Yes.
Huge glass.
I think everybody in the podcast, when we saw yours, Sydney, we were like, whoa, with that glass of wine, we were like, let her drink it. But also, I had just finished rewatching Hannah Montana. So I was like, The Matrix.
It was meant to be. I was going to do the wine glass, or I was going to say, I'm going to claw my way to the top with the White Claw.
Oh, yeah, that's cute.
But, I wanted to.
Everybody was obsessed with that glass of wine. The fact that you didn't just show us the glass or show us it full, but you poured it. We were just it never stops. It was iconic.
That was my first take. I took it. My roommate took it 3 times, and that was my first take. And we were trying so hard not to laugh because the long pause. And it almost went everywhere. And
it was amazing.
Thank you.
It's a big deal when the Sequester community says, whoa, that's a lot of alcohol.
Right, exactly.
I didn't bring the glass because I was like, there's no way I can drink that much. But then looking back, you know, I might
Ray,
have.
I wanted to talk about your video because I'm not as big of a wrestling nerd as like Louis, but you know, I've been to like a WWE show, a Ring of Honor show. I went to a Chikara show once, so
that's more than most people.
So I've seen my share.
I pretty much knew, like, that's why the talking part of my video was pretty just boring and standard, because I knew the couple wrestling clips were pretty much gonna, like, I'd say that's pretty different from a lot of the people who are in this community. Yeah. So I knew that was going to be a hook to get people interested right away.
Yeah, I mean, we recently had a wrestler on BB Can 6.
Yeah, Sheldon. I'm really upset about.
I think he did a good job of showcasing his athleticism and how the training helped him. Like in some of his comps, we could definitely see there were things that he was doing that you would see in wrestling training and stuff that helped him win a couple of comps. But this is a game where athleticism isn't necessary, right? Like
it is, but I don't remember who said it, but I actually saw a comment in the chat yesterday when I went back and rewatched, and it's true. Indie wrestling, with the way that we do things, it's a performance, and you think on the fly, and obviously, stuff happens that you don't expect, so you have to just think on your feet, and that's kind of how strategy games like this are, where stuff that you're not expecting will come at you, and it's just like wrestling. Not to mention wrestling being a performance in general, so being in the camera and coming in rooms going, "What the hell?" Like that's pretty much what I do on a daily. So.
And you're playing the role of Raymond in these games, not even like truly Raymond. So
I definitely pretty much brought my character in here
for sure. No, your video I think definitely stood out the most, but it was in such a good way. It was one where I initially am like, okay, well, this is a guy I like to work with. And cut as soon as possible when the game gets deep, because there's no way any of us can beat this guy from a personality standpoint. But it was, I mean, our rooms were going nuts when we saw you throw the guy to the chair.
The funny thing was, I actually submitted the video last week, so for last week's minis, but it didn't get chosen. And I know when I was watching it, there was a conversation between like Joe the Show and I think it was Matt and Bradley, and they had like a 20-second wrestling conversation. And I was like, this one was 5 minutes.
Do you think
it worked out well getting on this?
Do you think it would have hurt you or helped you to have more wrestling fans in there?
I think it definitely would have helped me. I think that would have carried loyalty without even having to say much.
I gotta be honest. Like I said, I'm not really like a huge wrestling fan. Like my partner is. Our 6-month anniversary was on Eddie Guerrero's, like when Eddie Guerrero died, and like it completely ruined our anniversary because we had to like watch wrestling all day instead. But so like I have like and I would have been like, oh my god, he's a wrestler. I just want to hang out with him and talk to him. So
that's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
I was
think
also
that,
a little scared.
Yeah, that video was so crazy.
It's too much. Let's get them out early.
Oh my gosh. No, that was so crazy. Like I was literally like watching it. I was like, my mouth was like on the floor. I was like, oh my god, like this is ridiculous.
I remember
said that he's glad there weren't any physical challenges.
Imagine.
Yeah, I think that we were all like, oh my god, thank god this is a social game, without even remembering that wrestling is a social game too.
Yeah,
that's a lot of it.
I remember I still remember the looks on my room's faces when Raymond's wrestling clips came up. I was reading the chat later, and I was laughing at the fact that someone said every room reacted like crazy except Raymond's room. We were all going nuts.
Because they had been staring at me for like an hour, and I was just like doing silly stuff and playing with wrestling props and stuff anyway. So they were like, "Oh, we get it."
They were numbered by the time your clips came up.
Yeah, I was like holding up a Black Panther mask and the crown and stuff like that in that hour.
I mean, that feels bad though, Ryan. Like, I don't know who's in your room. If you're not reacting big to that and be able to talk to Raymond about it instantly, just feels like a layup to create a bond instantly. So that kind of doesn't feel great, but I'm not sure who's in the room. Sorry if it's Geneva or Ariana, but if it was, step your game up.
No. I was not in a room with Raymond.
Yeah.
So it was Raymond. I guess we get. Do we want to talk about anybody else's video before we?
I think I just am the only person who said the only video. I mean, all I did was I just kind of talked about Bear. And that was it. So I know it was a little boring, but I didn't know what else to do, and I just got him, and so I wanted to, show him off because he's just so cute. I love him.
The audience appreciated it.
Oh, really?
I mean, I think it's also hard to make a video as a returning player because, first of all, it's like, that people know you. And I think for me, like, I knew like there aren't that many Genevas out there. So how do I make a video where I at least stand out a little bit, but not too much? That was something to have to balance. That was difficult.
Yeah, and I literally came like this close to making almost the exact same video as you because I also have pie memorized. So,
Imagine
if we both did funny.
That would be amazing.
Oh my god!
I would have been like, they're in the alliance.
Get that out. The pie alliance, cut them.
Cut them. Cut the pie alliance of the returnees. Oh my god! It would have been over.
Oh my god!
So funny.
With my video, like, so I obviously really wanted to win Sequester, but I didn't like put a ton of thought of like, okay, I need to come across this demographic, that I come across a certain way. It was like, oh man, I need to apply in like an hour. I have a broken basketball hoop. How could I use this? And I'm like, I just want to get on and play. Like, I'd rather be like a target from being an idiot in my video and not getting on than I would just rather get on, you know? So I knew my video probably came across as douchey and not the best of like, oh man, this is a guy I really want to work with from his video. But I don't know. I just want to have fun with it and see what happens, which is funny because every other aspect of my game, pre-game, and usually when I play these games is thought to the nth degree and way too much. But the most important part of the video, I was like, let's just have fun with it and see where we can go from here.
I did like what you said about the prize. I thought that was like memorable to be like, oh, there's no prize. Why are we doing this? I think funny videos though, like sarcastic videos, can backfire. We saw Jacob's backfire last week. Mike, when the first time Mike played, he had a really sarcastic video that people took like really seriously and wanted to get him out because of, and it doesn't make sense to me. So funny videos are somehow oddly very like tricky. I think sarcasm is where it's tricky. People don't get sarcasm.
It just depends if people perceive it as sarcasm or not. Absolutely.
Yeah. Vinny, I had a note for your video that just said your like heat steel line, and I was like, even though I appreciate that was honestly why I targeted you the second round, because I was like, okay, I need to do something. Sure, easy thing, but I understand like wanting to use it to get on the show. I kind of felt the same way. So
yeah, I mean, I assumed in this, like, all of us are strategy nerds, all of us are huge nerds of this game. I was hoping the trope of that line was like, okay, we're clearly all of us are gonna do this in some regard, and that it wouldn't come across as I'm gonna do all these things because of the landscape of who is playing. Where if I was about to go on Survivor, I would for $1 million, but in general would never show that line to people who have never thought about strategy in any context.
See, I took it as he's a fan. He should know not to say that. So I was like, he's throwing that out the window. So that was
okay. Who had the video? Who had the video that said that they were there to get the attention of one Mr. Taryn Armstrong?
That was somebody. It was somebody from my first room. I remember. Oh, shoot.
Okay. Apparently, Jason has thoughts on that. So I think.
Who isn't
girl? I have thoughts on that.
Jason,
Ariana, it was Jill in our room who said,
Jill? She
had a thing for Taryn. And I remember when she said that in the intro video, I was like, you are not coming for my man. You know, Brent is my Mary and Taryn is my. So when we started the game, and that was the first time I got to talk to somebody after staring at their face for over an hour, which, by the way, is agonizing. Prepare yourself if you've never played before.
Oh my God.
I started to make,
just bring a book.
I started to make my joke, and Ariana's like, oh, there's going to be a fight going on.
Yeah, no, because he like opened his mouth and he was like, "I've got words for you, Jill," and I was like, "Oh crap! Like, what's happening?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." It's all. It's like
Taryn belongs to all of us in the community. No one can have him.
Well, this is the second time I've seen that. Angela also had Angela, who's played twice now. Also, her thing is, I'm here so that Taryn will eventually see me and talk about me. So, like, I don't know if it's like a trope that's not working, but it's odd that it has become a trope, and I wanted to acknowledge the universal thirst for Taryn. So I think we can all.
Taryn, I love Brent. 3 things I wanted to accomplish. I wanted to make it past the 3rd round because my friends told me I would not make it past the 3rd round. I wanted Brent to not drag me. I wanted him to kind of like me. And then I wanted to be somewhat entertaining. Obviously, I wanted to win, but we had baby steps, and I wanted to be somewhat entertaining.
Well, I do think you accomplished all of those.
I did have a version of the intro video where my line about Kevin Martin from BB Can was, I'm just going to say it was more graphic, and decided that was probably like not appropriate for my introduction to the internet. So we did not go with that take.
Yeah, I feel like that would have definitely gotten people's attention.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go ahead and dive right into the first round of the game. So let's get into it. I may admittedly need everyone here's help filling in some of the gaps because right as this first round started during our live commentary last night, my computer decided to restart and perform an update. So I was out of the game until almost the end of round 2. So I'm going to be a dead weight here in this discussion, but that's where you all come in. So if my understanding is correct, the twist was at the top of the round, all of the rooms each nominated one person in their room to be safe from elimination that round. Then, again, if I'm correct, that person in turn nominated someone to be up for elimination. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
But
So
we didn't know beforehand that the safe person was going to be nominating another person.
Right.
Right. And they didn't have us mute our mics either. So Ariana and I started in the same room. And once the mod came in and we said, yeah, we're going to give Ariana safety, there was no one said mute your mic or anything, or had told us, oh, now you have to nom somebody else. So immediately the 4 of us were like, well, who are we going to target once we get out of here?
So it looks like the people that were safe were Geneva, Raymond, Daniel K, Kyle, and Ariana. And then the people who were up for elimination were Jill, Noah, Kira, Jody, and Phil. And this is, of course, where Noah was eliminated for the first time. We'll more on that later. Noah will be joining us in just a few rounds discussion. But let's get into the first round. I want to know, with those first rounds, what was the strategy in terms of deciding who was safe? And then after the people were up for elimination, what was the strategy in getting out the target? How did it come to be Noah? Were there any other names floating around? These are the answers I need to know, people. Come on, help me.
So me and Jason, we were in the same room, and basically what happened, it was me, Jason, Jill, and it was
Giovanni.
Fourth J name, Giovanni. Yes, it was 3 J's and me. It was so weird. And we basically said, my argument for safety was, because we didn't know that the safety person was going to have to nominate somebody. We just thought, oh, we're getting safety. And I was like, I'm the only person in this room who's played before. There's been a history of people targeting vets. If you guys are okay with giving me safety, I appreciate it. If not, anybody else have an argument, whatever. And basically everybody was just like, no, it's cool. You get safety. And then after we found out we had to nominate somebody, the reason we all collectively agreed to put up Jill is because there were a minority of girls and a majority of guys. And we figured in the beginning of the game, people weren't going to be coming after the girls because we were in the minority. So we figured we're going to put up Jill. She's going to be safe. It's going to be cool. And then we put her up and she was fine. So nobody even said her name for the rest of the round. So
you guys all talked in your room at that point?
We did. Yeah. And then the kind of concession to Jill after putting her up on the block was, we said to her, hey, you're the one whose neck is on the line of these other 4 people. Which one do you want a gun for? And she said you, Phil, straight up. So we all kind of agreed as a room. All right, well, Jill's the one who's on the chopping block. We got to go protect her. This is what she wants. So off to the races we ran. And then I pop into another room and all I kept hearing the entire round was Noah or Phil, Noah or Phil.
Yeah. As soon as those were revealed, I knew that was probably going to happen. But kind of going back to our room. So my thought process going in was, one, I think I mentioned it and it was talked about, but like I didn't really want the vets to get targeted again, especially. So it was Geneva, Sydney, and Brandon in my room, who all did very well. So I'm happy with that about that. But
sorry.
So my thought process was like, one, try to keep the vets around for a little bit. And also, so I have an Iowa City connection kind of with Geneva and Ariana, but I don't know if they actually knew that in the game because we've talked.
I forgot.
So we've talked super briefly about like places to go because I'm in the process of moving there. So I was like, oh, cool. I'll save Geneva, and that kind of helps me. We can work together. And then she put me up, and I was like, oh crap, she probably doesn't know.
Yeah, so that I felt really bad about, honestly, because one, I didn't expect to have to, essentially put someone up right away. And I think in that round, it was very reassuring that basically, everyone was kind of like, Geneva will keep you safe because we know everyone's going to target you as a returnee. And I really felt like Brandon really pushed for that. And then I kind of, it was really awkward because I was like, how do I decide like who to put up? And then I was like, well, I'm going to try not put up the girls. So I was like, okay, I'm sorry, Phil. But I said that I was going to fight for Phil so that he wouldn't go home. And in that round, he didn't go home. I was trying to push Noah because I was like,
he was. So was I. I was trying so hard to push Noah.
I know you guys were fighting for me, so thanks for that. And also, like, no hard feelings. I was also worried that if you put up Sydney, that because she was having mic issues at the beginning, like people would use that as a reason. So
right,
I understood why I went up. It just sucked that then it was like it was gonna be me or Noah, which I hope eventually like that meta can change a little bit. I just felt like because I was up, I wasn't in the position to be like, guys, based on odds, it doesn't make sense to give 5 people who are up immunity for like 10 rounds. But I wasn't in the position where I could do that right away. So it just became me versus Noah.
Yeah, I think we knew. I think most rooms know immediately that usually a guy goes first, especially if it's unbalanced at the beginning. So I started with Evan, Kiera, and Jennifer. And so me and Evan were both like, one of us wants the safety. And I definitely was like, give it to me. Because again, I was a little worried that my intro video might have had somebody going. What was that?
I was saying, like, you have a huge video, you or someone who.
Yeah, so I was a little bit worried that might have been a reason for somebody to target me. So I immediately was like, hey, give the safety to me. So, and they did.
I feel like our room was the exact opposite. Like right away, Kyle was like, listen, the 3 guys in this room had very boring videos. And his whole pitch for getting safety was that he thought he had the worst one of the 3 of us. Because Jody pretty fast was like, hey, I know I'm a girl. Girls usually survive pretty well in the early rounds of the game. Like, I get it. I don't need the safety. And then that ended up being the same reason why Kyle pretty quickly gave her like the nomination. But it's cool to see that there's like that big of a jump between reasonings, that yours was you thought your video was very good and Kyle thought his video was very bad. But
yeah, I was super quiet. I think I was super quiet that round. Obviously, I was going to protect Geneva just because we all agreed as a group, like, to protect the vets. I was a little nervous she was going to put me up just because I was the most quiet. Brandon was definitely pushing hardest. And then I think when she nominated Phil, we all just came up with Noah pretty easily. I definitely knew I didn't want to go after a girl for sure, but
it feels
I was pushing. I didn't want to push a little harder, but
it's interesting because probably the quietest moment for me in the game was this, just because, like, and again, it's like, oh, of course you say it's after the fact, like Survivor Kagiyan and other issues. Like when you are like shown like in this game that there's so much different layers and game theory plays, I just in my head, I'm like, I just don't see Audrey giving 5 people safety and the rest of us being up. Like, how are we going to get a group?
Right.
We're going to keep voting down. I just didn't see that playing out. So I wasn't like pushing very hard. I couldn't find a way where the round made sense by just having 5 safe people. And maybe that's like really bad Sequester where I don't know enough about it. It just didn't feel right. So we were pretty calm and talking more about how do we move forward against the other rooms, which was interesting. And I think I was in the room, Noah Dan got safety and eventually put up Noah. But it all started with Brittany just was like, hey, let's vote. We didn't really come up with a plan, and Brittany voted Noah or voted Dan, and I just immediately voted Dan too, which I then knew meant Noah would be the one to be voted in potentially.
Yeah, I don't even think we realized that we could talk to decide who wanted to go up because we stayed muted. So I just had to decide which of my room went up because I was like, oh, I can't even deliberate. All right, and then.
But how did you decide, Ray? Because you had Jennifer and Kiera there that you were probably trying to decide between.
Yeah, so I put up Kiera because, again, I was safe and we didn't want to put up Evan because that would have put a guy in danger. And I know Jennifer had got pulled from her previous game because of tech issues or because of the storm. Mm-hmm. So I figured we would at least let her have this round. So I just told Kiera she likely wasn't going to get voted out.
Yeah. And I think that was accurate. I don't think that Kira was under any threat in that round. What's your goal in this round? Is it because we haven't seen this twist before? So how did y'all feel like what you felt like your goal was? To get your person that you nominated out, or to save somebody who was in your room?
I know my goal was to avoid being the nominee come hell or high water, which is why I kept pushing like, oh, well, no one's going to vote out Jill because, you know, the girls are in the minority numerically and we're going to keep them in the game. So at that point, I think me and Giovanni were basically like survival of the fittest. Ariana's already safe. Get her out there. And at the end of the day, we just wanted to eliminate someone that wasn't Jill.
Yeah, I mean, even though we put up Jill, like it was technically my decision, but we made it like collectively. And like Jill wasn't like pissed about it or anything. Like if you guys watched, like she was kind of like okay with it because like she understood, like she was pretty safe going into that from like what we understood. And our whole entire goal was just making sure that she was safe. Phil, we had already talked about him because we were talking in that room, and then he happened to be a nominee. And so Jill was like, just go after Phil. But then his name came up so much, we were like, why isn't it smarter to get out someone like Noah, who's going to be more under the radar? Right. Keep Phil, whose name is going to be constantly out there, as more of like a shield target, you know? Like,
It's funny that in that round, it felt like at the beginning, Phil was the target because, oh, he's the one with the Jeff Probst cutout. And then as the conversation goes on, it becomes, well, isn't the guy with the Jeff Probst cutout the shield? Because at one point I even just said to Noah, even though I did vote for him, sorry, babe. I did say to Noah, hey, who am I getting rid of? The pizza guy or the dude with Jeff Probst in his garage, right? So we can see how that dynamic shifted.
Yeah, it was. So I had like a couple notes about like how I wanted to play the game because, like I said, I've done orgs before and I've never I can't play behind the scenes. People target me for some reason. I'm used to that. So I was hoping like, okay, if I have to play to save myself from the beginning, I just need enough people to want me to stay or think they can use me over the other person. So I tried to go in as many rooms as possible, and I didn't spend a lot of time in any room. So that was kind of like my strategy with that, which meant I wasn't really controlling anything, but I was at least people had seen me in the round and knew where I was going.
Yeah, because I think you did a much better job of like popping in and out, trying to get your like campaigning for like as to why you should stay and Noah should go. Because I saw you so much more than Noah during that round, which also factored like a lot into my decision to vote out Noah in that round. So
yeah, that was my goal. Although I will say there was like one moment where I was in a room. This is like the biggest thing I learned about Sequester. It is very annoying when you're not safe and other people are safe because they want to have like a conversation with you, right? And I'm like here panicking about going home. And I think there was like one moment, it was, Daniel was like talking to me about Survivor and the Jeff Probst poster and the Survivor Mini. And I'm just like, I do not care. I need to go to another room. Like I would love to talk to you another time, but okay, bye. Like I have to go to a different room. I was like, wow, I did not expect to get that pissed off over like normal conversation.
Casual chat about the prop that you were using.
Yeah.
He said, how dare you take an interest in me?
It's like, talk to me when I'm safe.
Exactly. Yeah.
I remember the first room I jumped into because my room 4 originally said Jill before we disbanded. I was like, that's not going to work. It's going to be between the two guys. And the first room I jumped into, they're like, well, Phil's kind of like Jeff Probst, so maybe he's good to keep around. Like, they're like, we know he has the cutout, but maybe he's kind of similar to Jeff Probst. Like, so maybe he'll be a threat further down. And immediately that whole like debate between Phil was kind of targeting Noah was targeting Phil, kind of locked in that round pretty easily for everybody else, it seemed. I know my decision personally, I voted Noah solely because of like the whole Phil's more of a threat talk, even if it's because of his cutout. Like that's anything you can go off of where, and Phil walked into me saying it in the future round, like you keep him around because his name's is continuously going to be out there with everyone else's. So
my situation is interesting with having Noah in the room because I initially am like, we got to keep Noah safe. Let's start the Phil train. And then Noah left, and the three of me, Brittany, and Dan looked at each other like, oh, hey, like us. And then when I left and Phil was getting pushed, and eventually it really felt like Noah was done and there was nothing to do about it. And those big rounds, just shifting the target is just so massively difficult, where I'm just like, okay, we're in this room. It's going to be Noah. Who should we do next round? So like my goal round 1 was start pushing round 2, just because it felt like just a foregone conclusion, which was Noah, which I didn't want, which was a bummer, but thought I could also be like, hey, Dan, see, we got Noah out. You put him up, which is me looking out for you. But
yeah, I actually have a strategic question about this kind of round 2. So I saw some people saying part of why I went home was because I left my initial room first, which we've heard that before. But to me, like in this scenario, if there's only one person in that room who's nominated, you have to go save yourself.
Yeah, you have to go.
Yeah,
In that case, it doesn't make sense in that case.
Wait, so let's move to round 2. I mean, numbers. Let's move to round 2. But before we do, does anyone have anything left to say about the first round? Okay. So safety roulette. This is something that people often pregame for, at least they have like a strategy going in. What was y'all's strategy going into safety roulette?
My initial strategy was to be in a room with someone who is a target that I could go after with a group of people who I like, at least 1 or 2 people who I knew I could work with. I started in a room with Dan and then saw Phil in the room, which is who we were pushing early. So I was like, I thought, like, man, I could not make this any better, where I thought it was a lockdown both ways. Spoiler, it was not. But yeah, my strategy is if you're in a room with everyone who you want to work with, like get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
So I had the same strategy. I was just on the mad dash to find Phil because I knew he was the name that was up. So I tried to get in the room with him, but he was already at 5. And then I went to like 2 other rooms that were at 5 and just freaked out. And I ended up by myself for like a little bit. And then I literally like screamed at the camera and then went to another room.
I started in room 1 when this twist began, as people started moving around, and I thought to myself, all right, I've already got 2 other people in here, and room 1's pretty poppin', right? Everyone tends to gravitate towards room 1, 2, and 3. So I'm like, we're gonna fill up, and if I just sit here, I'm kind of guaranteed that it's gonna be 4 or 5 folk. And one of the women who was nominated in round 1 was sitting there with me. The dilemma I ran into is just as time was running out, I looked over and I'm in a room, it's 4 women and me. And given the strategy from the first round, I'm like, this may not have been my smartest move. And I think I said that as Audrey said, all right, everyone shut up and go to town. So my whole strap behind it was, if it ends up being our room, it's too easy to point at the guy, and it gives me a whole lot of time to throw it on one of the other women.
Yeah, I just wanted to be in a room of 4 and 5. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine. I think because I was in that room with Jason too. Again, actually, we were both like in that room. We were in room 1. We're like, we're not moving because people gravitate towards room 1 and room roulette. We're like, there's no way there's not going to be 5 people in here. There's no way it's not going to max out. So we're just going to stay. But then it was just him, me, and then three of the other girls. But I don't think it was that bad because I think you could have, if room 1 would not have been safe, you could have used that as an opportunity to make a bigger target out of another one of the girls. I think if you would have gone after, like, put my name out there, I don't think it would have been as successful because I think more people in the game wanted to use me as a meat shield for a little bit longer. But I think you could have, I don't think you would have been in trouble for that, to be honest. I think you could have swung some votes.
Yeah,
I was in that room, right?
I believe you were, and I think Jody was in there as well. And I remember thinking I wanted to work with you, Sydney, and Jody, and bluntly, Ariana, I might have targeted you if we were stuck there because it would have been the only option. And like, oh no, room 5 didn't stick together. What a surprise!
And you know, I do know that you were in my starting room. By the way, everybody keeps coming for me saying I didn't know that. I knew you were in my starting room. I didn't want to expose the starting room to everybody. So that's why I was like, yeah. Basically,
my non-Sequester friends who watched along as when I got voted out and I turned on my phone, I had a text that was like, who's this bitch? And I'm like, oh, no, it's okay. Like, she knows we were in the same room. Trust me, we stared at each other for like 90 minutes.
Yeah, and it, like, people think I was like being sketchy because I didn't feel like staring at people, and so I was like, I was just like doodling, and people thought I was just like taking like crazy excessive notes. I'm like, no, I was just like drawing because I was bored because we were just staring at each other. But yeah.
Yeah. My room was like we went to the highest peak and then right down to like the lowest point ever with how the round went, because I know immediately we got really lucky where the 5 of us that were in that room were those that were just stuck there when the voting was happening from round 1. And right when everyone unmuted were like, all right, we like this 5. Like we all could genuinely see ourselves being pretty tight in the game and working well together. And it started to like slowly click like, shit, like if we get picked, like one of us.
Yeah, you should not have done that.
Right.
Like obviously we were lucky. I'm sure 4 of the 5 of us saw that Phil was in there, so we were all pretty if we needed to put his name out there. And other than that, like I had just built a really good thing with Brandon, so I felt pretty comfortable in terms of that. And then immediately, like obviously we get slowly dwindled down to where one of the last 2 rooms, and as soon as we pop up, like you could tell how it was going to get split pretty fast. Like the first room or 2 you got into, like it was either Phil's name getting pushed around, or I know I hopped into one with the guys from my room. And originally it was like talk of Brandon left the room first, he has to go. Yeah. And then people spun that. So
that didn't get like any traction.
Yeah. It got no traction.
By, like, Brandon of Vinny saying a lot of names, he should be targeted. And
so just like I can explain that a little bit. So one, like honestly, I think the room I was in was probably my best shot. Like even though I was still a target, there was enough people that I could also target in that room. So what happened, and people must have missed it or something, but so after we all said, oh, okay, Brandon, the vibe didn't feel right away to me. So I went to Brandon and somebody had said Vinny's name. So I was like, okay, here's my chance. Even though this was something we technically all agreed on, I'm just going to lie and say that Vinny was pushing it hard, that Vinny was saying your name, Brandon, and then he went into a room and said my name. And so that kind of pissed off Brandon, and then Brandon ended up doing a lot of to save me. So when people were saying, then when I got nominated in the next round, which we'll get to, I know there was other reasons for, I was like, okay, I just like started a fight and then people put me up anyway. But I don't know. I'm pretty proud about how I played that round.
Phil, I was really impressed. I mean, like, I left the room immediately, said the 2 names I'm hearing are Phil and Brandon, and you to be able to get into a room with Brandon to cut that off is really impressive because, I mean, my idea is you get 2 names out there, and it's just so hard with that big group to get a third. So I was like in this round, I was just beyond impressed with how you played specifically and how it went out. I think I was definitely for the majority, like a very good vote to get out here. I heard a lot of, we can get Phil later, which I think just theoretically is a very optimal and smart.
I heard that, right?
Yeah, it could be wrong, but I think
but it's smart. It's smart. Like it makes complete sense. And it makes complete sense. So I was really impressed, Phil. I thought you did do a really good job here. And by the time enough traction had gotten it, and I got in a room with you and Brandon just starts firing at me. And then I then got in a room with Dan. I'm like, Dan, who's the person to say his name? And he goes, Phil. So I'm like, maybe that's enough to sway Brandon. But Brandon was unfairly, maybe like a lot of Long Islander 18-year-olds, pretty headstrong. When he hears his name, he's in a gun for it. And I knew I was not a good spot the whole round. Every room I went in was my name or I was by myself. It sucked.
Yeah, I think it was also right here where people started bringing up the lie. Well, it might have been me, but I'm not sure. The lie, cheat, and steal thing at the beginning of the video. And so we were like, well, Phil's already on the chopping block, so if we keep him in, that's one more safe round for us.
No, it's perfect. I mean, I tried in the round 1, Raymond, to get us like Phil round 2, and you clearly saw right through that and had a way better strategy. So, no, I don't have a lot to say here other than like I think it's good gameplay from across the board of people playing very high level, which is what you want in these minis.
So Ryan, did you know that I heard you at that time then?
Yeah.
I figured
that was the first step of very bad luck for me in this entire game, where I would say a name, the person that I was talking at would be in the background and join in right immediately. And I have an awful poker face, so I would just be sitting here like an idiot, like, what?
Yeah, because I heard that and I was like, okay, that's not bad for me if I'm safe this round. So I was trying to play it off like I didn't hear it, but I don't think I was very convincing either.
Yeah, no, I wasn't like, again, I figured you would see it as that way. Like, we're all game players. Like, me saying that Phil's a good person to keep around, like, that's the best thing you want to hear in a round like that. Like, why would you be mad? Yeah. So I actually used that as the opportunity where I voted Vinny that round, which I was hesitant to because I thought he and I would get along really well.
Dude, I thought the same, right? I was pumped when I was in your room, dude. I was pumped.
Yeah.
But when I saw that, like, Phil obviously recognized that I wanted to keep him around, I'm like, I can't vote out Phil now. Like, even if he sees me as someone that wants to keep him around, so why would I vote him out now? That'd just be silly. And the only other option that people were saying was Vinny, so I was kind of backed up into a corner to throw my vote on him.
Sure. There was also a funny situation where my main concern coming into this game were the pre-games of Sequester. Like, I had no idea who had played this game before except Dan, and the only reason was because I had reached out to Jason from the Patreon group. He's like, yeah, I've been checking my email a million times for update. I'm like, okay, this dude really needs someone to latch onto. So we talked for like hours and hours before the game started.
My pregame buddy, my pregame
Jason, we had codes, we had the different phrases for like you're in trouble, like get the shit, get out of here. And then I walk into a room with Ryan, Jason, and a couple other people, and I immediately died. So I'm like, Jason's up my back, and people are like, man, weird that Vinny just leaves the room immediately. I'm like, there are 15 other people or 12 other people I need to go talk to, but
one of the so we had 2 code phrases that applied to this. We had several others that we didn't get to, but one of them was the, as in the Ohio State. If I use that word, that's like, this is the real plan. This is really what's going on. And the other, he's from Ohio, I'm from Texas, so he hates Michigan, I hate Oklahoma. So if I drop Michigan, that was code for they're coming for you. And if he drops Oklahoma, that was code for they're coming for me. So there was one moment where I got to say to Vinny, hey, the plan is to vote out Phil because apparently he's from Michigan or something ridiculous along those lines. Which was everything I needed to say to him to be like, go do your thing. We'll reconnect later.
See, that's surreal now. Like, I remember being in that room and like Vinny came in quickly and he's like, hey, I'd really appreciate it, blah, blah. And then Jason said
Sydney,
that.
Sorry to cut in. Sydney, if you're talking, we can't hear you. So I don't know if you can adjust something there. Continue, Ryan, please.
I remember Jason saying like, Phil's from Michigan, we should vote him. I'm like, what? And then Vinny leaves. I'm like, that's the worst pitch I've ever heard to keep someone in the game. And immediately after Vinny leaves, like, because Phil was like, yeah, we'll vote. Jason's like, we'll vote Phil. And then Vinny leaves, and Jason's like, what's our actual plan, though? What are we actually doing? And everyone's like, oh, yeah, we'll vote out Vinny. And then that was the end of it. So
right. And I knew at that point in the round, there was literally nothing I could do to change the minds. I did end up voting Phil that round, but it was too big. It was too intense. And I will be honest, he was the only one that reached out to me that I genuinely went and connected with. Dan K found me on Twitter, liked something randomly in the middle of the night, and I clicked on his profile, but I didn't recognize his photo from him playing before. So he starts pre-chatting with me, and I'm going back and forth with Vinny, being like, this Dan guy seems a little sketchy. He says he was directed to me. And I'm like, but by who? Like, oh, you're new to this? Oh, okay, that's cute. So even though I planned on working with Dan a little bit, by the time we got to jury, I think Dan was going to be on my chopping block. Sorry, Dan, love you.
Also, Vinny, like, I think, like, honestly, the only reason I voted for you that round was because you're the person that I talked to the least. And I think
I didn't get to see you, which was a bummer.
Yeah, and I think that's what happened a lot in the game is, like, for me, like, a lot of the people who actually like made deals with me, those are the people I made sure to keep safe. And then like if I nominated somebody or like put them up for elimination in some way, I would try to keep them safe because I wasn't intentionally trying to per se get them out. So that's kind of what ended up happening in that round. And I think like basically everyone else I had basically talked to.
Yeah, and that's like, I mean, if like the one flaw with Sequester, obviously, are these early round. Like this is why, like in Survivor, for example, you don't have 20% trial. Like there's, I guess it's a little different, but like it's just a big crapshoot where it's really hard and you got to pick up on very little things. Where if it is you, it's so subtle and so difficult to get the name off of you for multiple rounds. Which like, hey Phil, like that's why I think Phil like. Very impressed with how you got it off you. The issue, though, even that, though, it's like, how do you really like get your footing in the game for the long term? So,
right.
But yeah,
you have to play like on. That's kind of like what I was hoping for. But
gotcha. Yeah.
And I also voted for you, Vinny, for this exact same reason.
Geneva
did. It's just I hadn't talked to you like the whole game.
Yeah.
Phil was like a big target. I straight up said to like a big group of people, I was like, you need to keep Phil because he's going to be a big shield. And I needed a shield because I knew people were going to come after me pretty soon. So I wanted Phil in the game and I hadn't talked to you. So
it makes you feel better, Vinny. I pushed hard for you, but I did not vote for you.
Oh, my boy Raymond.
So I definitely threw like all of my first couple round votes on Phil because I wanted to be able to tell everyone else I never wrote your name down. So sorry, Phil.
Man, you had so many opportunities. I mean, man, that stands out, my man. I appreciate that. No, Ray, I was pumped. I was like bummed. I think the biggest bummer with Sequester, like I love in all these other games, are these one-on-one like situations. Like I had a really little moment with was a really nice I'm gonna say something about the older lady.
Jennifer.
Oh, she was so great. And I interviewed her, she talked about having a twin, and I'm like, Jennifer, I have a twin too. We both like Ohio, and like I don't have a twin, but it was like trying to find these little microcosm moments to get people. And like Ray, I'm like, dude, our video is pretty big. Like I got you, but I couldn't get those. Like I think I was never in a room one-on-one except with Jennifer, and that was like that's why I love these games, is to be able to connect personally, which is why like Jason and I immediately in the pregame hit it off, and it worked so well, and that's why like I'm bummed about my experiences, like where I think I get to shine most. I didn't get to do that a ton, but ultimately it's a game, and I understand that, and I'll be fine. But
yeah, Vinny, the only little moment you and I had, it was you, Jennifer, me, and someone else in a room, and your pitch to our room was, "What do I need to do? Like, I'll take my shirt off."
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think, and those are the last words I heard from Rennie in the entire round. He was gone after that, and the last thing I heard from him was, "I'll take my shirt off. I'll do it." And we're like, "No, I don't think you need to."
Yeah, I think I got stumped, so I was just like, Vinny, what can you offer us? And he was like, I'll be fun to play with. And we were just like,
what can you say? Like, if I say, "Oh, I'll be in alliance with you," it's like that's not going to work. Like, in those
honestly,
big moments,
I was trying to stall so the round would hurry up and end, like because I didn't know what to say to you because I knew it was probably going to be you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like in those moments, switching that many people is tough. So I'm like, hey, I think it'll be more fun to play with. Let's see what we can do. And but yeah. Probably can move on. I think we've talked enough about this round.
See, like, what the vote breakdown was on this round, because there was actually a lot of room limits that I kept running into, and I just kept switching out the room. So I feel like even though I was trying to talk to everybody this round, it wasn't successful. But I'm curious to see if the people I didn't talk to are the ones who ended up voting for me.
I mean, it was an avalanche of Vinny. We can say it how it is.
I mean, Ray didn't vote for you. I didn't vote for you. I hope you didn't vote for you. So, you know, that's three.
I got three. I appreciate it. But no, I think we've probably talked enough about an inconsequential round. There's way better things that people care about to talk about.
I'm real curious to hear what happens next, because everyone who wasn't a part of the twist didn't know what in hell's name was going on.
Yeah.
At all.
Oh, that, yeah.
One more thing just before we go to the next round. Is that I also pushed Vinny just in case there was an LOS, because I had already seen two LOSs pop up on the screen.
Yeah.
And I could have, according to the chat, apparently we all missed the first one for like 10 minutes. But I could have sworn that I hit it as fast as possible, and I just never got it.
I went for both of those LOSs.
I thought I saw
looking at the screen going, why is it still there? And she didn't tell me I got it, so what the hell is going on?
I saw it, and then it was there for like 4 minutes, and then so I messaged Audrey again and didn't get anything. And when I messaged Audrey again, I think people thought that was when I got an LOS, because I was like, what is going on? And typing and looking at the screen, and then I was like, oh god, I should have thought that through. But
yeah, I know Kyle. I think that may have been the one that Kyle got, because remember I was reading some of the chats yesterday, and he said that he claimed it immediately, and just it took a while for it to get to him. Which, like, not to blame that on Audrey. I know, like, when I got mine, it was like a few minutes, where to the point where I think I had, like, I thought people knew I had it, because like a minute and a half later I got a notification. I was like, oh, like, what the heck? So I think we're getting ripped on for being blind as a bat for not seeing that for 5 minutes. But
the chat drug us for filth over why we got here so long.
But it's like, we're focusing on the game. We're trying to not get eliminated. I mean, obviously an LOS is important. I actually typed like 5 different occasions when I saw it, because I was like, I have to get an LOS. I have to get an LOS. And the 4th time was when I was successfully able to get one, and I didn't actually have to play it, which was pretty cool. But
yeah, I know for a lot of the game, I just had Claims LOS typed into my Skype, and I didn't move around. I didn't move around rooms a lot, because I constantly had my mouse hovered over like the send button on Skype. So I know the second I try to switch a room, my mouse is moved. So if one pops up, I'm going to get beat by one of the 9 other people that are faster than me. So
I thought about just typing LOS randomly, even if I didn't see the green dot, just hoping I got it, but I didn't know if I would get like disqualified for that.
I just had LOS always typed, and then my keyboard, like, it was a
same.
wireless one, and just my finger was on it the entire time. And then if I had to write something, I would like switch to my left hand, like on the. But
I will say, I think Brent has made this point before. If it is at all humanly possible to get a second monitor, it helps tremendously.
Yeah.
Because I had one big screen with the game on one side, the YouTube stream on the other, and my finger hovering over the Skype on a separate screen, so I could kind of literally see everything as it was going on. So if you can do it, I say get it.
Yeah, multiple screens is the biggest blessing you could have in this game. I know being able to have like Skype and the stream on one of them, and then be able to talk to people freely on this one.
Yeah,
is a huge asset like this, because you don't have to worry about swiping away to look at the board for an LOS really fast, because then you're missing talking to people for whatever, even the 10 seconds. You might never see, like, someone could join and leave that fast. So,
Can you guys hear me?
Let's move on. I think we've been on this round way too long.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So this was the first time Vinny was eliminated. Moving into the third round, wherein we were presented with a twist that we really hadn't seen before. Normally, the players are given the option to press the red or green button, but this time, the audience was able to press the red or green button. So on Twitter, we could choose, and of course, the red button was chosen. A big surprise. And how this twist worked was it brought back Vinny and Noah temporarily into the game. They were then voted on by, again, the audience on Twitter. They were tethered to two players who I believe they thought were playing the safest game. I believe that was a decision that was made. Yes. Okay. So those people ended up being Phil and Daniel K. And then all four of those people, Vinny, Noah, Daniel K, and Phil, were put into a room together. They were given the option, or rather the chance, to plead with the audience to keep them into the game. And then the audience voted. And as a result, after this, unfortunately, this was where Phil and Vinny were eliminated. So I want to bring Phil in. Noah should be here in a few moments. Daniel K might be in the audience. I want to talk about it. I know that I think that there was some confusion going on with the rest of the players in the game, where some people didn't seem to know what was happening. So I'd love to hear what you think was going on and where your head was at going into the next round. And then I want to hear, of course, from Vinny, from Phil, from Noah, if he's able to join us, Daniel K, if he's in the audience. Where were your heads at with your plea? Let's talk about it. Vinny, you want to start?
Yeah. So this obvious, like right when I get eliminated, I turn off my video monitor and get a message from Audrey, join room 1 now. And I'm like, okay, let's do this. And I know I thought it'd be me versus Noah. And then we hear that it's two people from the audience. So I'm like, okay, great. People that the audience doesn't like or think are playing boring. This could be like a chance for me. And then it goes Phil and Dan. And literally the only thing I knew in the game was that Dan had played before. And I'm like, Phil, Dan. So I get Dan, which like was such a bummer. In like, I just felt like I had no shot in anything. So I was the last one to go. Dan does his classic like pitch everyone to do. Then he been voted out. He doesn't deserve to come back in the game. So I took a moment. I'm like, okay, it feels like Noah's gonna come back in the game. So I'm just gonna throw shade at Phil, regardless if I believe it or not. Because I'm like, the one thing the Sequester audience loves are people who call others out. So I'm like, Phil, I don't want to bother with you. You're going to get out of the game. Noah, I'm talking to you right now. We both got voted out. We need each other in this game. If either of us are going to win, it has to be us at the end. So let's run train and let's go crazy when we get back in this, because you're going to be back in this game. Daniel's played before. Let's do this. So I just tried to pitch as hard as I could of how fun it would be for us and how we would need each other, because I think the audience is going to appreciate people who want to work in the game in that speech and throw shade at people. So those were like my only options, and it was really close. And then Audrey just absolutely ghosted me. It was like 51-49%. Vinny is eliminated. And it was like, Audrey, you're the worst. Like, I thought I pulled it enough, but that was like the only fun thing I got to do in this game, and didn't work out.
Yeah, rewatching. She said your name first, so you were like,
oh, did me dirty.
I really thought Vinny had it when the matchups were announced because, like, I know from a player standpoint, I barely heard from Daniel K for the first 2 rounds. So I was just like, Vinny was all over the place and like actually pitching when he was in danger. So I thought from an audience standpoint, you'd be locked to come back. Like,
I think it was just him. I think he's like so connected. Is he? From what I know, he's really connected in the Sequester community.
He's a popular guy, yeah.
So I thought, like, I guess that, like, I felt like I was.
And he had been like Final Four not too long ago, right?
Mm-hmm. Something along those lines.
I don't know if it was 4, but I know he made jury.
He had gone pretty deep.
Yeah, but I think one thing that was interesting about that round also was I was kind of wondering, like, because people know me, they might just vote me because it would just be fun for them and not for me. And then I was in the room with Daniel, and then Daniel was told by the mod to go to room 1, and I was like, oh my gosh, what is happening right now? And then basically it was just basic silence for who knows how long. And like everyone that I was in the room with, we were just kind of like, we don't even know what's going on because it wasn't really like, you know, explained to us what was the whole situation. I think it was described as like a tether situation, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. But other than that, it was like pretty confusing. And I think also maybe that's also where it was like people were like, oh, let's hear Daniel's plea. But then also we're like, oh, let's save him. You know, we just try to scare him a bit or something. I don't know. But also I think he probably wanted to play a bit of a low key game because he knew he was going to be a target.
Yeah, I knew that round was especially scary for me at the start of it because they cleared out room 1 to do all the stuff for the pleading. And I immediately got asked to leave it at the start of the round. So I'm sitting here like, I know I'm playing quiet the first 2 rounds. Like, am I about to be tethered to somebody? I'm sitting there in a room, and not to be rude, but I felt more confident when Phil then got dragged out of my second room. I'm like, oh, he's probably more likely to be one that's getting tethered to somebody. Like, I might be fine in this room, but it was a long wait that I know kept me anxious, even though when all that was going on. Like,
I was not only was it such a long wait, then like Raymond just pops into our room randomly, and it feels like an eternity because all we know is, oh, there's a poll on Twitter. Oh, here are 4 names, and then it felt like 15 minutes went by. I know it was not nearly that long, but it felt like forever. And then all of a sudden, well, these 2 people are back. They're safe. It's anyone's game. Go have a vote. Oh, okay.
Yeah, when Audrey came on and said me, I was like so shook, and I think it like threw me off when I had to argue, because in my mind I was like, okay, the audience is just seeing me have to fight from the bottom 2 rounds in a row. They're gonna give me a break, and then I get put up, and I'm like, oh, something's going on now. So I kind of had an inkling. I mean, there was a couple things going on why I think I got put up. But I kind of feel like I had an inkling that people felt if I went up and went home, people would start playing the game and stop targeting me over and over again, which this logic makes me super bitter. So if you're mad about people not playing because they're targeting one person over and over again, why are you doing their dirty work? Like, why take that person out? All I need is a couple rounds to be safe where I can like start building connections with people and not having to fight at the bottom so I can get my name completely out of the conversation. But I never got that chance. I just kind of got sniped out. So I was pretty bitter about that logic. And also what happened. So Noah replaced me, and then he became the name that kept getting brought up. So nothing really changed by that move.
Right. And not only did he get brought back up, but at first it wasn't entirely clear that he was safe, and it took Audrey a moment to update the graphic. Yeah. So when the game restarted, somebody in our room said, well, did we just vote out Noah?
We're gonna get out Noah. Yeah.
Right. And I think I was the one, stupidly, that was like, oh, wait, didn't she just say Noah's safe? Like, I'm pretty sure she said that. And then, you know, we'll get to that part of the round when we get to it.
Yeah. So
but, on the other hand of like that argument, Phil, against the audience, I just think from their perspective of, I guess you could say like, yeah, after a few rounds, your name's not going to be out there anymore. But I think they do kind of want to take out like the easy targets early because they want to see more like cat fights. The audience, you know, they come in for a shark fight. They want to see like, you know, the drama. So they kind of want to be like, let's get out these easy names with our power and see what these players really have in them, you know?
Yeah,
so I think that's why.
Do we really want to see another round of, oh, it's Phil? I think might be where the audience is coming from.
Right. I mean, I get that, but all I need is one round immunity, and then that round doesn't happen.
We have joining us for this discussion,
Noah.
Noah, welcome. Here we are, Noah. How's it going?
Hey guys.
Hey.
For joining us.
The mic is fixed.
My
What up,
mic is
what up,
fixed. You guys
one?
are in trouble.
Oh yeah, you sound crisp and clear. If you weren't watching last night's after show after the mini,
Yeah, we troubleshooted. It works.
It was a damn miracle. He was able to
Yeah.
get his mic plugged and working, and man, oh man, if only he had been able to do that before the mini. Maybe.
No one actually mentioned that to me, so I went through the entire time without anyone being like, I couldn't hear me. So I was like, all right.
Billy in the chat, you need to be a champion for the mods and tell them to do better mic checks before the game starts. That's on you, Billy.
It's all good.
Okay, so
Billy.
Noah, we are in the thick of round 3 discussing the button twist.
The surprise round. Yeah, I like it.
Correct. So we explained what the setup was, how you were tethered, how you were brought back, you were given the chance to come back into the game. Of course, we also said on last night's after show that you were one of Brent's favorites, and so he was a little biased here and wanted you to come back.
I don't know.
So I want to talk to me about your speech. I want to hear you talk about it.
Well, to be honest, I had zero idea that this was going to be happening. By the time I got a heads up that there was going to be some buyback twist, I was already in the other room petting my dogs, moved on to the other things. And so I was like, all right, this is cool. And then so they're like, you have to campaign. I'm like, oh, I'm just very unprepared. So I don't think, honestly, my campaign was very good. But I don't think that anyone else's campaigns were very much more impressive. And so I guess I was just luckily popular amongst the fans, and they wanted to see me play a little bit more. So I think that's all there was to it. But so I just got lucky being tethered to you, Phil. I think so. It's unfortunately, it was a popularity contest at that point, and so.
If you really wanted to make it swing your favor, take a page out of Ariana's book and bring the dog with you.
I do have Ariana, a dog named Bear, as well. I'm gonna get her in a minute and show her.
No offense to Noah, but I do think if it was on speeches alone, I would have been in the game still. But it was
I agree.
There was obviously other reasons why people wanted you to come back, which completely fine. People can use their voice to push whatever they want. My issue was more with the reasoning behind it. Like I said, I don't really think it's fair to just snipe somebody from the game because their name is getting brought up.
For sure.
And then the other thing with Brent, we need more straight males in Sequester, I thought was hilarious, especially.
And I'm not a straight male.
Noah is not a straight male.
We found that out on the after show.
I'm bisexual, so technically I was more straight than Noah. So if you wanted to keep people,
I don't know. See, they're throwing the biases out. I don't know.
And then we ended up with didn't we end up with 2 straight males in the final?
I believe so.
So I mean, there's the diversity there. Don't make assumptions about that. It was pretty frustrating for me. But
for sure.
That's
why Sequester, we can all get screwed over. That's for sure.
Noah, did my pitch, do you think at all, would that have resonated for us to work with each other if we both had gotten back in? Was that a big enough pitch? Not really.
Honestly, I don't know, because the way that the first round went, I just felt like I didn't get any traction. And then I also heard that people from my own room were throwing my name out immediately.
Yeah.
So I Daniel K, who I wanted to work with, he was immediately turning on me as soon as they left. Yeah. So that got around to me pretty quick. And so I was like, I really don't have any allies. These people have chosen me as the person they want to leave first. Mm-hmm. So at that point, in Sequester and Survivor and any of these games, you need allies to move forward.
Oh, 100%.
You have to have people that you move forward. And my strategy in round 1 was to link up with you, Vinny, link up with the other two, with Britt and Daniel, and move forward. These are our auto allies. We have to do something. But when 100%. They found out that you guys weren't even campaigning for me, how am I supposed to trust you at that point in the room? So I was kind of, at that point, my strategy, I had a strategy card, I had notes, it was out the door. I couldn't use it again.
100%.
So it didn't resonate super hard with me because at this point, I'm on the trust no one side of Sequester, not the trust us, so.
And that's a bummer because obviously it's, I was fighting for you pretty dang hard at the very beginning. And the traction of the game was just there's not enough to keep you in, because I was in the same boat where I was I'm vibing with this room one. Like Noah, I feel pretty good. Like even like small interactions, like as dumb as like using our thumbs to say our volume's good. Like I thought that I was like, I like this Noah dude. He's a funny dude. So it was because I was like really much with you, and then all of a sudden, like 3/4 of the way through, it was like, oh, it's Noah.
Yeah.
Like
And I would have liked to try and do some sort of counterinsurgency and target someone else, but we only had the videos to base on, and I didn't think my video was super great. That was kind of my first, strike. My video was kind of boring. I needed to do more as just a normal looking white guy, I guess. And then my mic obviously was like the nail in the coffin. Just get me out of here. What's going on? So I understand that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I pushed you in the beginning, Noah, when you first got eliminated. But then you came back. I was like, I love this guy. I'm working with him.
I tried to work with you.
I just want to address something in the chat really quick. Yeah, I also did like basically tell the audience to fuck off in my speech, and I know that contributed to why I didn't go.
That would be a factor.
Yeah, but at that point, like Audrey had already come on and said like the vote was like 60% or something ridiculous. I can't remember.
70%. Okay.
So I knew it was going to be a hard time convincing people at that point. And so I was pissed off, and it showed. I've always said, like, I'm one of like the angry people on Twitter all the time, and the audience usually pisses me off in games I play. So I couldn't hold that back. I know that was there. Something to keep out for the last time, but I really don't think that's why I wasn't chosen to come back in. People had already made up their mind.
I feel like on that note, we should probably like get forward to parts of the game that are like super important. So I just want to say, hey, Audrey, thank you for letting me play, kind of. But no, I'm honored to be invited and be a part of this like really weird like family, I guess. But I think we should probably move on. And it was a blast to get to play. And thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Vinny.
See you, Vinny.
Yeah,
appreciate you coming on. Hopefully we see you play again. Oh, well.
Yeah, I guess this is my time to go too, since we both got out. I do want to say really quickly, if the people who are eliminated get to choose who they're up against, and then the audience votes between those two people, I think it would be a little more interesting because, it gives a little bit of like the people who are out a chance to like figure out who they're going against. And the audience isn't going to vote for the same person twice. They only get one chance to influence the game. But yeah, I'm on Twitter. I love talking about the game and twists and potential strategies. So
do you have any plans on playing another mini in the future?
I would love to play again with a little less nervousness, hopefully.
Is this your first time playing?
Yeah, this is my first time playing. Yeah.
You'll always do so much better your second time.
Yes.
Just reassess, go into it, like having all the context and the strategic knowledge and know-how really makes a world of difference.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll be watching along. So thanks.
Well, thank you, Phil. We'll see you later. Thanks for coming on.
See you, Phil.
All right, so we're gonna have a couple more people joining us. I'll be reaching out to some of those shortly. Stay posted. But let's move into the fourth round. So this was the first official drag round, of course. The votes would be exposed in this round. And Ariana, unfortunately, wow, we can see you were getting a reaction here. This was where you were eliminated. You were voted out by Jody, Kira, and Kyle. And Kyle is who you chose to drag. I'm going to bring him in just a moment so we can talk about this round and talk about his thoughts on the game so far. But I want to hear your thoughts and everyone else's thoughts on this round. Who was our target? Was it Ariana from the get-go? How did that come to be? Were we all scared of the drag? Because often what we see in drag rounds are people claiming they're going to do one thing, but everyone gets scared, everyone gets cold feet, and they throw their votes. So I want to hear wherever all of your heads were at. Jason, you want to kick us off?
Well, I wasn't in the game at this point.
Right.
Because after the fight,
I was confused.
Yeah, so the whole vote happens on Twitter. Then we get Noah's safe. Then we get who else was on the block? We were just having this conversation. Dan K is safe. And now it's okay. Well, you can vote for anyone that's not one of them.
So that's right. That's right. So that was not okay. Yeah. So I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes. So I'm so sorry, Jason. How could I forget? Let's talk about your elimination.
I literally just been doing the chat. Like, do you want me to leave now? Like,
I was hoping.
I was trying to remember. I thought I was going crazy.
I was hoping you would see your way out the door. Normally, I have that kind of stuff bolded.
Yeah, I was like, didn't Jason leave before me?
I wanted to forget all about your elimination, Jason.
I do too.
We need to talk about it. So let's talk about it. Of this portion, I know that Ariana, Kyle, and Jason were going around, and LOS was ineffectively played by Kyle. Right. And Jason, you were eliminated. So, were those the only names going around? Were any other names trying to be floated? Where were our strategies? And Ariana, Jason, did you know your names were going around?
Absolutely.
I figured it out real quick because after that 90 million mile pause that we were waiting, I'm looking at my notes going, all right, well, Vinny's gone. I want to target Phil because everyone's targeting Phil. He's gone. What do I do? And so when I think Ray, you're in the room, and Ariana, I think you're in this room too. When we start up, I'm like, all right, so who's got ideas? What's a thought? And it was fucking crickets. Like no one said anything.
So unfortunately, Jason, you got screwed by circumstance because I definitely came up with that plan to get you. What happened was I didn't have any idea what was going on in that long pause. I guess I just misunderstood the rules. I thought one of those two people were going to be tethered to somebody in the game. So during that pause, I don't know if you were looking at your phone or you were writing something. You were looking down for a long time, and I thought you might have been typing. So I was like, I think he might be tethered to one of them or something like that. And then when it was real, what it was, and they got back into the game, I was just like, well, I already came up with this plan, so I'm going to go with it anyways. So that's when I started pushing he does orgs. He runs his own games because I remember the Survivor stuff from your video, and that's where that came from. It's just that long pause. I had nothing to do but think, and I chose you at that time.
I just want to put in real quick, sorry, to say that we have Kyle joining in the conversation, but please go ahead.
Ooh.
I got such great.
How's it going?
Hey, Kyle.
Got some work
I got
for
such
you,
great.
Kyle.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
I know.
So the whole notes thing was I reached out to a few former players on Twitter and I was like, what are your piece of advice for a newbie? What are things that you wish I had known that you would know going in the door? And I think it was Nick who wore the rainbow unicorn outfit about a week ago, said, use the breaks to study your notes. So I have I took down every little thing I could about the video. That's what I was doing that entire time.
I just tried to do it I didn't want you guys to see me writing though when I was doing it.
Yeah. So then, I go to 2 different rooms. It's still crickets. And then I meet Kyle. And it's just Kyle and I hanging out in a room. And I said to Kyle, what have you heard? And Kyle says,
you.
Basically.
That's basically what I said. And kind of at this point, I heard Jason's name and I was jumping into rooms and I was not hearing anything. So automatically I'm like, okay, I'm in deep shit. And so right away, kind of my whole mentality going into the game was kind of just to be a yes man, anyone but me. Anytime I heard a name, I would go and spread that very, very aggressively. And that was just to keep me from having to throw out names, but giving me the ability to throw out names and have a vote that wasn't me. And if it ever blew up in my face, I would be able to say, oh, this person said it first. And so that was my kind of sub strategy going into the game. I think it would have bitten me in the ass right after I got dragged anyways. So I don't mind it. So I told Jason I was good with him, knowing he was the only other name I've heard at that point in the round. And then I was going to every other room saying, hey, it's Jason, with the impression that I didn't think Jason was going to be saying my name because of that conversation we had.
Well, and because of that conversation we had, you were literally the only name I could say. And as I was walking into another room, I don't remember who said it, but I said, hey, I'm hearing it's me. And someone said, oh, it's between you and Kyle. And I'm like, oh, well, that's convenient. So I guess any thought of getting with Kyle and trying to deflect was out the window. I immediately had to go for you.
That was one of my biggest, I think, this was my first time doing any online reality game, anything like that. So I made so many mistakes that a lot of first-time players will make. It's seriously nothing wrong. It's just we play the game, this shit happens, we live with it, and we have fun. No matter what, we all had a blast. What was I even talking about? I was rambling so much.
Well, I think, I want to say I was in that room, and I think... it was funny because Jason came in, and I don't remember who it was, but somebody said Kyle, and then I think he went to go spread it. And then immediately Kyle came into the room and was like, so what's going on? And I was like,
Yeah.
even though I think I got started, I don't remember, but I was just like, you better go push for Jason.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I was already doing. So
Yeah.
And yeah, the one thing I was gonna say is that like I think the biggest mistake I definitely made in that round as like a first time player, not thinking straight when I was in the game, just because anxiety. But like I was like saying that my name was being said, and that is one of the dumbest things you can do, and that's what I was doing. I think that's what got me into shit. And so if you have not played before and you are applying right now, do not make the same mistake I made, please.
Everybody in the chat was very much like, no, stop telling people because you're essentially like, listen, you're safe. Now you get to leisurely decide which one of us goes.
I pushed Jason. I only pushed you because I was working with Kyle and I wanted to protect him. So I pushed Jason and I heard the org thing. And so then I kind of went with that.
The org, the lie of the org.
It was nothing personal.
I love you, Sydney.
I remember Jason got like accidentally like double screwed this round because while Raymond was starting it in a different room, I also like quickly jumped on the bandwagon of like, I don't talk to Jason a ton, like we can do him this round. And especially when Kyle got thrown out, he was someone that I was just in like a one-on-one room with, like built something good. And so I was like, this option's easy for me at least. And I thought I screwed it all up when like for the second time someone walked in on me saying, I'm fine with Kyle. Like, yeah, sure. Kyle walks in like, who are you fine with? Like, what's going on? So I had to back my tracks a lot to the point where like I went full ham, like Jason, because I didn't want Kyle gone at all. So
this was one of those ironic moments where the moment I actually knew I was out there for the first time, I popped into a room and I think they were doing the room limit thing, and Daniel S was just saying my name as the moderator pops in and is like, room limit, and then I appear on the screen. I'm like, oh, hello. How y'all doing? Right at that point.
So during this round, I think this is the round where I said like, oh, I don't really talk to Jason, and so like people took that as like me forgetting that like you were in my initial room. The reason I said that is because I didn't really like feel like telling people that we were in our original room together, because I didn't kind of like want to like expose that, because I don't know why people during the game they'll be like, oh, I don't want to vote for this person because they were in my original room. Like, I don't know why you would say that in the first place. And the only reason I did vote you out this round, Jason, was because I had a sinking feeling that you were going to come for me. I kind of like had a, was I right?
Oh yeah, 1,000%. Because in that opening, our room 5 vibe at the beginning was for shit. Like there was no sense of go room 5, we're all here together, and you were the vet from that room. I had a sinking feeling you were coming for me. I had a good vibe from Kyle. And then at the end of the game, I felt like, at the end of the round, we were like building a repertoire, because I was like, did you play an LOS? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, oh, like he's like telling personal information. He wants to work with me. I saved him the last round, so he's going to want to save me this round. So that's what my mentality was. Because like, I was like, he's going to be aware that I saved him, so he's going to want to save me the next round. So that's why I voted you out, Jason, because A, I knew you were going to come for me anyway. B, I thought I could like potentially build something in the same moment. Little did I know it would backfire, but whatever. Kyle, did you ever have any thought of not playing the LOS at this point?
Honestly, no. The biggest reason I did was because Brittany came in a room and said, Kyle, your name's getting thrown. And I was like, I know. And then immediately I went to a room limit. And at that point, I'd been in that room for a little bit and she had just joined. And so I was like, I'm going to hop around. I know my name's out. I need to campaign. And so I got out of there. But if I think I had stayed in the room with her a little bit longer, I think my read on the game would have completely changed. I would not have voted Ariana there. And I think because I left that room, I just did not get the complete information of what was happening in the game and just had a bad read. I had a bad read like the whole time I was in the game. And it was a lot of just really unfortunate timing, but it's the reality of what happened, you know?
Wait, Kyle, I have a question for you based on what's been being said in this call. So obviously, like 4 people already have said like I had a really good vibe from Kyle, and like even people in the chat. Who were like your people like really tight with in the game? Like who were you riding with first?
And so it was either in round 2 or round 1. I got into a room with Jennifer and Sydney. And at that point, with the first couple rooms I bounced in on, I was talking to a lot of the guys, or tried to talk to a lot of the guys, and I wasn't getting a ton back. So I was like, okay, I need to jump around and see what's going on. And so I got in a room with Jennifer and Sydney, and we made a really good bond right away. And I basically told them that I was wanting to gun after the guys, and I wanted to work with the girls for the entire game. And so right off the bat, I was working with Jennifer and Sydney, and then I got into another room with Brittany and Kira and Jill, I believe. And then we really solidified that down. Brittany, I love you.
Oh, Brittany's coming for you in the chat.
Brittany, you are my number one. I will dead ass say that. But yeah, so I was really closely aligned with a lot of the girls in the game early on. And then Daniel S., I know, was doing some campaigning for me in this round. And I heard it when I jumped into a room. So I knew I wanted to work with him. And so that was kind of where I laid start. And then Ryan, I was going to work with you for a pretty long time. I would have turned on you probably right around jury. So
understood.
So yeah.
Well, unfortunately, this was where, Jason, you were eliminated. I know I was trying to avoid it. I was trying to skip ahead, but unfortunately, there's no more avoiding it. This is the
It is what it is.
Thank you so much for coming on. You were a lot of fun to watch in the game. Unfortunately, couldn't go further, but do you think you might play again in the future?
I would be interested in doing this sometime again. I think I need a little bit of a break because ever since I got the email that says, hey, you're in, my mind has been doing nothing but think Sequester for the past 4 days. But Audrey, thank you for the opportunity. If you ever need a mod, I am more than interested in helping out in the community. It is a great place to be. Those of you in the chat who have never played, come play.
Send her a message. Send her a DM. She'll probably take you up on that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Have a good one, y'all.
Jason, be sure to follow him on Twitter, and we'll see you in the next one.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Okay, well, now, after that, that's where, Ariana, I'm sorry, it's finally here now. This was the round, unless I'm skipping another one, this was the round where you were voted out. And, oh boy, this is where Kyle here was,
That's some words.
So let's talk about it. Please, I've been dying to talk about it. Why was Ariana the target? Was she the target for everyone? How did it come to be? And Ariana, why'd you drag Kyle? Why'd you do it?
I have a lot of reasonings. I know I was the target. First of all, I knew Jody was coming for me. The reason I knew Jody was coming for me was because Daniel K straight up told me at the beginning of the round, Jody was coming for you. The round before, I had a sinking feeling. I'm like, people are coming for me. I know it. I found out it was Jody. She said it because I was like playing with my hair too much, whatever. But she said like whatever. I think she just wanted me out because like she knew I was a big target. But in my opinion, yeah, I know. Yeah. Jody, why would you do this? Like it was such a bad move because first of all, you got out the run like right after. But literally the girls, we were in the minority. There were way more boys than girls. We all stuck together. And the fact that you like set the precedent for like a girl going and I was the biggest meat shield out of all of the girls because I was like, me and Geneva probably were two of the biggest meat shields out of the girls. And to like get one of us out like so early on, it just like set, right? It just set such a bad like precedent. Yeah. For like, because then they just started getting picked off one by one. So it was just not a good idea. We should have stuck together, but she just came for me. And I don't even know why. I wasn't coming for her like at all.
Yeah, Ariana, just know I never came for you at all because the one thing I did going into this game was I knew that returning players were going to be targets, and I'm like, I'm going to avoid voting for them as long as possible because we need numbers in that sense, and also like you said, like the women were in the minority in the game. That was just also a factor in my head. So it was like we never spoke about it, but I was like, I'm gonna not vote Ariana at all.
Yeah, we never even got to get in a room together, which was kind of unfortunate. But like I knew like I was never like voting Geneva like ever because we needed each other, obviously. And I feel like Jody really needed me because then she went out the next. So I think it was a bad move.
Well, speaking of Jody, we have Jody joining us now. Welcome.
Yeah, I want to hear her.
Thank you. I want to get your thoughts. Let's get in.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Jody. I took that bullet for you.
Okay, this was my thinking. Again, going back to the last round, which is when I originally said Ariana's name. I really like Jason. So I knew he was probably going home, and I'm like, oh shit. And then I heard Kyle's name too, and I liked Kyle. So I was like, I really like Jason. I really like Kyle. What can I do? Now, I have not been watching Sequester for very long, so I was like trying to research or whatever. But I was like, I recognize 3 people. So I'm like, there's 3 returners here, maybe more, because I know I don't know everything. And then somebody said Evan had played 2, and Brittany was the other one I hadn't recognized. So I'm like, oh shit, now there's 5. So I didn't want to target the returners, but I also was kind of like, we were now into round 3 and nobody had said their names. And the 3 I had recognized were safe the first round. So it wasn't necessarily about like, oh, returners, but I was like, they probably know each other. They're probably going to be aligned.
They know each other. And also, by the way, to cut in briefly, joining us as well, we have Jennifer.
Hey.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hey, Jennifer.
So I was really like, when do I take my shot? And I was kind of like, I don't want to lose Kyle. I don't want to lose Jason. I think I have enough time to try to get Ariana this round. And again, I knew we had been in rooms together, but I honestly didn't think you were having me. Like, I really didn't think you were.
I wasn't coming for you at all.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily think you were coming for me, but I didn't think you were necessarily like, I like her and I want to be aligned with her either. So I just thought, and again, that was maybe wrong, and maybe I was paranoid. And again, I knew you were good. So I just thought, if I get her out now, I know we're at the end of the round, and I knew the game had been kind of like, well, whatever name you hear kind of at the end, that person goes. So the problem was that Jason still went, and I didn't get you that round, because that's what I was really hoping to do, and it didn't work. And then I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, I think if you play again, you just need to think about like the fact that like you need to have like shields in front of you. Like Jason was a big shield, I was a big shield, you know, like you needed us like around. Like I don't know why you would want to like target me.
I'm honest, I thought Daniel K would be my shield. I thought Jason would be my shield because he was playing hard, and I really liked Geneva when I saw her play. So again, I couldn't find her, but I was kind of like, those 3 people will be out in front of me.
And honestly, I know we're gonna get into this more later, but because we hadn't gotten to each other soon enough, that's why I think you really went the next round. And I felt bad because right then we had just tried to form a deal, but then I was also like, I can't vote out, you know. So then it was too late at that point.
It was too late.
I started pushing for the all girls the round before. And then Jody, it was so funny. The first thing she said, she's like, she just plays with her hair. And Daniel and I were like, funny. The delivery was funny. And I was like, I can't do that. I can't vote Ariana. I would be the biggest hypocrite ever if I just said I wanted to work with the girls.
I also assumed, I'm like, there's probably already been an all girls thing, and I'm not a part of it. I didn't have a girl in my starting room. I didn't have a returner in my starting room. I'm like, so that's also going to be a problem.
I wanted to get you in on the kind of thing I was kind of starting, Jody, but I never could. I never found you and got the chance.
I don't know where I was. Where was I? Apparently not where I needed to be. So that was like, I just assumed, I'm like, there's probably an all girls thing I'm not into. There's these returners that I'm not connected with again. Daniel K said he'd work with me. He's sloppy. I knew he was sloppy. I also figured, like, that's again why I was trying to snake Ariana at the very end of the round, because I'm like, she's gonna hear it. But and I didn't think it would be like, oh, she's like a bitch and just thinks you play with your hair. I didn't want to be like, she's really good and she's a returner and let's go. I don't care if you play with your hair, but I was like, it needs to be something stupid where I don't let on that I know who she is.
Right.
Well, I mean, I played like 2 weeks ago, you know, like I feel like a lot of people kind of because I was a pretty new like returner. But I understand why I was a target for you, like totally fine. I just think it was so early, you know. This is a very long strategic game. Like it was too early, and I think that's what cost you your game too. You know.
Yeah, I totally agree. But what I'm saying is, like, again, we were round 3, round 4, and I thought there was 5 returners who hadn't been mentioned. So like, I hear what you're saying, but I'm like, then when. But that was because I think it maybe would have worked out if I could have gotten you instead of Jason. But as soon as that didn't happen and it escalated into a thing, I'm like, oh shit, that didn't work.
Right.
So I took a shot.
Like,
but I hear what you're saying.
You weren't coming for me because of my hair. I knew that was whatever. I knew, like I wouldn't really do that. my tweet earlier, I was literally joking. Yeah, like it's not a big deal. I knew you were coming for me because I'm a returner. I knew people were gonna come for me because I got 4th place when I played the first time. Like it was pretty obvious. I just think like we should have, if we would have stuck together, we would have made it a lot further instead of you just like trying to like come after me so soon. You know?
Yeah, and I hear you. I was like, I felt like, again, I really liked Geneva when I saw her play. Daniel K and I had already had a thing. And Brittany was conveniently in the room when I threw out it probably, if you would have been in the room, I probably would have said something trivial about Brittany.
Right. And
I do hear what you're saying.
If I would have said this to you during the round, I would have probably changed your mind, possibly, about voting me. But the issue was, I literally got in a room to talk to you. We got a room limit, and then you just like bounced. So I was like, crap, you know, like.
And that's because if I wasn't bouncing, my mic wouldn't work. So I was like, if I didn't bounce enough, then I was, my technical problems weren't helping me either. Because I agree, and that's why I said something so trivial too. Because I'm like, I really feel like we could like work this out if we end up talking again. Because I mean, I would have worked with you.
I don't care if people like come for me. Like I'm not like a person to like take things like personal or whatever. It's just like I needed to like talk to you, and then every time I would get in the room with you, you would just like bounce out, and I'm like, crap, she's gonna vote for me. And then towards the end of the round, I was in a room, and everybody was saying like, it's gonna be Daniel K, Daniel K, Daniel K, and I'm like, okay. The only issue was I couldn't vote for Daniel K because at the beginning of that round, he's the one who told me that you were coming for me. So I knew if I voted for him, he was 1,000,000% gonna drag me.
Yeah. And again, he's such a snake because he totally tossed your name out the round before. Like I brought it up.
I was in a room that happened.
But again, that's him. So
yeah, it's just like I knew 1,000,000% he would have dragged me. It's just like Kyle, like you asked to get dragged, like you like said, I want to work with you, Ariana. I want to save you. Time's up, and then you vote for me while I'm in the room with you. Like that's like asking to get dragged.
I did, and I will say this, okay? I think what absolutely sucks about this whole like what us three in a row, or pretty much us three in a very short time, is that we all like if we stuck together and actually figured out that we were on the same page, we would have worked so well together. And Ariana, I didn't think you were in with me because I at that point was trusting Jody. I wanted to get Jody out, and because I heard her name from you, I was like, okay, I need to vote this, and then it was simply the fucking stupid anxiety of myself getting in that very last room right before time with you, Ariana, seeing your face and me just instantly splurting out, I want to work with you, even though I knew I had to vote against you. And at that point, I knew I was fucked. But I needed to stick with my work. And I think what was really stupid, another stupid thing on my end, lots of stupidity from me, but one more stupid thing on my end was I expected more votes to go your way, and then like without completely remembering that it was a fucking drag round and everyone throws their votes. That was kind of an in the moment thing that I was mentally prepared for going down the line of the game right before jury. But like right after I played my LOS the round before and then hear that this is a drag round, I'm like, are you
that hurts.
And you know what else you did, Kyle, that was kind of dumb, not to like drag you or whatever.
No,
like,
go for it. Yeah.
You told me that you played your LOS. You told me that at the beginning of the round. And then you told me you wanted to work with me. And then you voted for me. So my head is, he told me he wanted to work with me. He told me personal information. I know he doesn't have an LOS. He's standing right in front of me. Like, how am I not going to drag this kid? You know?
I don't even blame you. Don't even blame you.
Future, like, if you ever play in another game, I'd like to see you play in another game. Don't vote for somebody in a drag round when you're in the same room with them. What?
Absolutely.
For me, I was sitting in there with, it was me, you two, and someone else.
It was me.
Raymond, yeah. And I almost voted for Ariana before I realized like everyone's going to throw their vote. I ended up throwing it on Jennifer, which is, it's funny why she's here, because I knew Noah was going to vote Jennifer, so I threw my vote there. But then when the 3 votes got revealed and I hear Kyle's name, I had to look back at the screen. I'm like, there's no way. Like, like, it can't be him. Someone else is named Kyle in this game, right? Like, he's screwed. He just screwed himself. Like,
I wanted to work with Jody so bad at that point. Like that's honestly what it was. I wanted to work with Jody so bad, and I just wanted to vote with her here and get her on the page with the girls I had aligned myself with.
And I agree with you, Kyle. I had such a good feeling about you from the first room. I'm like, Ryan's gonna snake us. Like, he'll just be, and he was never saying a name. I'm like, come on, Ryan. So I was like, and I never saw Daniel again, I don't think, but I was like, I have a good feeling about Kyle. So again, it just didn't.
Ariana, I will say this. If the round before this, if I had stayed in the room where Brittany said that my name was out and we could have gotten on the same page about who we were aligned with, that round would have gone completely differently, and I would have not tried to align myself with Jody, I think.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, you literally the last round you were like, okay, I'm cool voting Daniel K. And then you just like, I
was flippy floppy. I was messy. I will own that. Like,
I wish I would have been part of that conversation. I would have voted Daniel K. I just wanted one of who I thought was the 5 to go. I didn't care.
I would have, but every time I got in the room with
I would have voted.
I know.
That would have been great.
We pushed that like every round for 4 rounds until he left.
I was in a room with him, I think. It was my problem. I kept bouncing into a room with him.
I never saw him, but I heard about him. Like,
I think he was the one who threw out my name the last round. And then, okay, wait, is Sydney still here? I have a question. If she's still... Okay, Sydney, I don't know if this is true, but I heard that you were throwing out my name on the Jason round. Is that true or not?
No, absolutely not. I had your back 1,000%.
Okay.
1,000%.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to check my perception.
From what I know, I can totally confirm that. We got the free thing going, and, you know, there's Brittany, and
I needed to ask that for my own sanity.
Well, thank you both to Ariana and to Kyle for coming on the show today. There, of course, is Ariana's Twitter. Ariana, do you want to talk about your Twitter? What can we find on your Twitter there?
So I have a weird Twitter name because I made it when I was like 10, and I don't really use social media a lot. So I'm only following people from Sequester on it. It's basically a 100% Sequester Twitter. If you're interested in that, follow me, you know.
All right.
That's all I'm really going to use it for.
And Kyle, how about you?
Yeah. On my Twitter, I retweet a lot of my political thoughts. I don't have a lot of original tweets, but if you follow me, I will follow you back. I am not like a live Sequester tweeter. However, I am an avid Twitter viewer and liker. So if you want to beef up your Sequester tweet likes, give me a follow. And I'd love to stay in touch with everyone who's in this cast. It was short-lived. It was sloppy. It was messy, but I had a blast. Seriously.
Do either of you plan on coming back and playing again?
I need to take a breather and like actually figure out how to like not be a wreck and a sloppy mess, and then I will be back. But I need to study up.
Yeah, sorry for Bear. He's like really active right now.
Don't apologize for Bear. He's perfect.
Bear with him.
Yeah, I mean, if I can play another game, I'd love to. I love Sequester. It's so much fun. Like I said, I signed up for my first org, so hopefully I'll get to be able to do that. Looking forward to it. I'd love to be able to mod a game. I DM'd Audrey, and yeah.
I can speak from experience. Modding is very fun, so if you're interested, you should look into it.
I would also be interested in that, maybe. Yeah.
Well, thank you both very much for coming on the show. Be sure to check out their Twitters. Keep in touch with them. Like Kyle said, especially if you want some likes. Maybe there you go. Well, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, y'all.
Thank you guys for having us.
Bye, guys.
All right, so moving into the next few rounds, we're going to have a few more people joining us. I'll be reaching out shortly. But after those two left, we moved into round 5, which was the highest even-numbered votes round. And, of course, this was where Jennifer... you were eliminated. So let's talk about that, because this is definitely one of the trickier twists in Sequester. It's definitely a lot more of a crapshoot, if you will, because it's a lot of people can play in a lot of different ways, but especially in a game where people are paranoid, people throw hinky votes, people vote for themselves. It's very, very, very unpredictable. So where was everyone at the start of the round, and how did we get to the end of the round where Jennifer was the one who saw the boot? Let's talk about it.
I can tell you that as soon as I knew that it was even odd, I had my little, tips there for the tricks. This was the one I said, throw up my hands. I cannot predict. I'm not even going to strategize. I had been relying on just kind of staying under the radar, pleasantly social. And then I was about to start moving in, and the even odd hit. And I said, okay, not the time. So I knew that as long as, I bopped around, things would be great. Unfortunately, I happened to bop out of a room just at the wrong time. And that was when I believe it was probably Brandon, I think. No, Brandon and I had actually gotten into it. And so if Brandon actually comes on, I would like to have a little discussion with him. But other than that, so that's where I started from England.
If I'm honest, Jennifer, and I'm sorry, again, I loved you, but I was kind of like, I either need to vote for myself or if somebody throws out like a concrete plan. Honestly, I heard your name from Noah. So there was 4 of us in a room. It was Daniel, K, Noah, somebody else. And we were kind of like, us 4, Jennifer, don't say it. So I was so at the very end, I was like, oh, do I vote Jennifer or do I vote myself? Because that was like going into the round. And because my name had been out there too, I was just like so scared. Like I was just like, as long as it's not me.
Totally.
So
I really liked you. I thought you were sharp and smart. And I'm going to be honest, I voted for earlier on. I voted for you, Jody. And I voted for Noah. So, hey, karma.
And I knew you were coming for me. Like, you're one of the names that actually got thrown out to me. So I known that for several rounds that you didn't want to work with me. So, and then when I didn't even see you until that round, and you bopped in, or maybe the previous round, you bopped in and then bopped out real fast without even talking. So I was like, I don't know if I can trust her. So I threw your name out in that run and we had 4 people. So we were trying to do some kind of strategies, but no, it's nothing personal, but I just knew you were coming for me for sure.
I know. I never connected with you. I never saw you, and your name had just been coming up as Pizza Guy. And in my head, all I thought was
so unoriginal.
Pizza Guy, That's
sorry to cut in real quick. We do have joining us now live, Brandon.
Hello, Brandon.
Hey.
Hey.
Is my thing working?
Yes. You're good.
Okay, good. So Jennifer, girl, you told me that 2 people were throwing out my name, and I was questioning you. Who were those people, Jennifer? I need the name.
Okay.
And you were just like, I'm sorry, I don't remember. I'm trying to look at the list. So please explain to me that.
Kyle just left and said his messy moment. This was mine because I had the best of intentions. I heard your name. I came, you were there in the room. And my first thought was, awesome. I can let Brandon know. I can let him know that, people are talking about him. So he will, say, oh, she's on my side. So everything had been chill in all the other rooms. And so I was gliding around, just being chill. And I come in here, I see you. I'm like, oh, Brandon, 2 people just threw out your name. And you went boom on me so hard. I was not expecting it. I should have been, but I wasn't. And immediately, all thoughts flew out of my head because you were just like,
yeah, Jennifer, I was totally down to work with you, and I wanted to, but you wouldn't give me the name. So in my mind, I'm like,
shady.
She could be lying to me, and that's what I assumed. I was in a group chat with Kiara and Raymond, and we were talking about it, and I was like, I admit I did kind of impersonate you a little bit when you were like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't know, like
I'm old, I'm having a senior moment, but I swear, actually, that is what was happening. So you came at me really aggressively out of nowhere, and immediately I was like, oh, I didn't expect that from him, and it went out of my head, but I'm pretty sure it was Giovanni, and I didn't want to throw him under the bus because I wasn't 100% positive, and before I got a chance to like formulate my thoughts, you just kept going, tell me, you tell me, or you tell me, and I was just like, I couldn't get a word in, so I'm just like, yeah.
When my name comes up, I need to know because I need to form relationships with you. I need to know we can trust each other. But on a side note, what I wanted to say was, I can't remember right now, but I remember. I actually voted for Noah first because we were all talking. I think Geneva, Ryan, I think I talked to Brittany. We were all down to kind of like put even number votes on Noah. There was a plan. I don't remember who exactly was in the plan, but it definitely involved Ryan, myself, and Geneva. I think Jill was at the round.
I think it might have been. I think so.
It might have been. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we were planning to do Noah, and then it ties. So I'm thinking to myself, Noah is such like nobody is going to want to not say Noah's name because he returned. Everyone kind of like had this agreement. I know, sorry, Noah. I know me and you didn't really. I
totally understand. It's not a big deal.
He became the heart of the after show. So I think he's the winner in a different way here. So
I became like the decoy vote for several rounds, so that's okay.
Noah, I voted for you so many times. I feel awful about it. We're just trying to get you out.
Me too.
It's okay. I understand. And like then my mic wasn't working, so I couldn't really communicate very well with what I was trying to do. So understandable.
I have to say, this round I became Michelle Fitzgerald because I voted so wrong. I had on my notes, everything is going according to plan. And then I thought it was going to be Noah. I think I was in on that plan because I thought we were going to do even on Noah. And then when it came back, it was a tie, right? Between
it was a tie.
I was shocked.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm in similar boats.
I mean, I was going to go. I was going to be fighting with you next round. I was going to go, and but I felt it as soon as Brandon came at me and things flew out. I just felt this like it might be my time.
Because I was in that room. Sorry, Jennifer. I did have to switch my vote from Noah to you because I did not want it to tie anything like that. I do not want the wheel to take me out of this game. So I'm sorry. I did have to switch my vote to you. I wish we could have connected more on a strategic level because you were someone I really did want to work with. I felt it was unexpected if we worked together.
So hard, so fast. I just didn't expect it from you. But later on in the game, you totally showed your integrity, and that's who I thought. That's who I saw in the beginning. So
we'll definitely get into it later. I knew I had to kind of. I told myself I was going to do whatever it took to get to that final spot, but I wanted to keep some of my integrity, and Brian knows this too. When that final, we're going to talk about it later. But
it's I didn't mean to bring it in a bad way. I'm saying in a good way that everyone I thought kept themselves in a good place of integrity. Who's in this box right here? But boy, did I try to get Noah out, and
who didn't?
Brandon shot that.
So trendy. What the hell happened?
My game right in that moment. So thanks, Brandon.
Maybe in the future.
Well, unfortunately, oh no, Jennifer, this was where you were eliminated. Right. Jennifer, was this your first time playing a mini?
This is my first time ever doing any kind of org experience. I started watching with, BB's Sequester Mini. My son convinced me to do this. I mean, he had to do it. And once I did, I was like, this is the greatest. I had such a great time. I really did. And I met some amazing people. Great cast. Thanks.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you for coming on the show, Jennifer. Would you have any plans to ever play again?
I would definitely play again if invited. First of all, I would be a little more technologically proficient. I would still remain social, but I would so have the chance and opportunity to be strategic. And that is where I think I would do things differently. So yeah, of course. This is amazing. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, youngsters. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jennifer. Be sure to follow Jennifer on Twitter, and Jennifer will catch you later.
Okay.
Love you, Jennifer.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So after Jennifer met her end, we moved into the round 6 history can't repeat itself round. Now, normally this is a twist that at least the last 5, 6, 7 or so onward, I don't know how many minis, this has been done as the first jury round. So with a lot less people in the game, fewer targets. So it was very interesting to see this being done so early on. This, of course, Jody, this was where you were eliminated. So typically in a round like this, if you're playing a really good under the radar game, like if you're someone who's like, I'm going to come in, I'm going to play really social with everyone, I'm not going to like cause too many waves, and I'm going to wait until the end game where it counts to kick it into gear, a round like this can royally screw your game and send you packing. So why did Jody go? Was there anyone else that we even considered? Why Jody? Why did it have to be her?
I'm pretty sure I pushed the hell out of Jody, and that was just because that was one of the names that was already out there. And also, I think it was between Jody and Noah, and I had some really good conversations with Noah.
You couldn't vote for me this round. Most people. That's the only reason I didn't.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, and I figured I knew I hadn't voted for Jody, and I was trying to keep it off with people, so I just kept with Jody and stuck with it because that was a name that I heard in earlier rounds.
Yeah, like as much as I could guess, like I also played the round horrible and like couldn't seem to get anybody. Like the only people I could really find were like Ryan and Brittany, and they were being weird. I'm like, they're either voting for me or they don't know what's going on. So it's like I had hardly seen Ray in the game. I had hardly seen Brandon in the game. And after watching it, I knew you guys were doing a lot. So it was just like, I hadn't seen you. You hadn't voted for me. Like, I get it.
Jody, I actually, coming into this game, I really wanted to work with you because you said you were a minister or something like that.
I am.
I am a part of a Christian band, so I felt like we could have. I actually wrote that down. I'm like, connect with her because Christianity. And we never saw each other.
No, I don't think once.
I don't think once. And I never voted for you. I don't know who I voted for that round, but it wasn't for you. I'm sorry you had to go. We could have possibly worked together, but
I did vote for you. Raymond roped me in. I think I was in a room with Giovanni and Raymond and Evan, and it was just tractioning. So
yeah, I think the big counter push to Jody in this round was Daniel K again was the other big name out there because like Noah said, Noah was basically immune. He might as well have had an S over his head for this round. But I think what ended up doing Jody in was that Daniel had just started getting votes a few rounds prior, so there was more people that could vote for Jody who was playing like quietly. How TR said that kind of hurts you at this round. Like this is where you go bad. Whereas Daniel's name had been out there more presently for a little bit, and he was like getting votes in the even vote round or even the dragging round, which I think kind of saved his ass here.
Well, and I even thought about it because the round I maybe would have gotten votes was the drag round, so everybody was throwing it. Because I was kind of like, well, my name's been out. But then nobody voted for me when my name was out because nobody wanted to get dragged. So I should have like really thought to, it only took 3 votes for Ariana to go, so people weren't voting for me. So I was just kind of like, well, my name was out for a round, so I should be, but yeah, wrong.
Yeah, I think for me, it was just the general situation of who I had bonds with at that point in the game. And so like, again, it was kind of like keep the people that I'm working with safe. And like Daniel was definitely one of those people. So it was just kind of like taking the target off of him. And so that's kind of how that round went for me.
Yeah. I think I actually did vote for Daniel K because I heard somewhere along the line that he was working with Geneva and Cindy. So I think Ryan knows exactly what I'm talking about. I think we were the ones that talked about it. I wanted to feel, I wanted to have Geneva and Cindy with me. So I wanted to be the guy in their like girl line. So bye Daniel, basically. It didn't work, but I still voted for Daniel. That's the only reason. He's a good person. I like Daniel.
And again, like I said, I just like couldn't find people. I bounced into 2 rooms alone. I just like, it wasn't happening for me.
You know, Jody, I was definitely a fan of yours watching. I would have liked to have seen you play further. I thought your intro video was excellent. You know, we always preach on here that intro videos are crucial. And so I think that Jody would be a good example of a good one. So thank you for that, at the very least, Jody. Do you have any plans at all to play again in the future?
Never say never.
we can leave it at that. Thank you very much, Jody. Be sure to follow her down below.
Hi, Jody.
Thank you for taking the time and coming on the show. We'll see you later.
See you guys.
Bye. So after Jody's elimination, we moved into the safety pass-off round. Now, this was a little different. This wasn't your grandma's safety pass-off round, okay? This was something very similar to, I believe it was done in season 2 of the live season of Sequester. But in this version of it, the first person who started off the chain, who was safe, they put up someone to be up for elimination. That person then would have put up someone to be safe, and it would alternate back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until no one was left, and then there would be a vote. And of course, in this round, we saw Daniel was the one who started off the chain. That was Daniel S, I believe, right? Is that right?
Correct.
Yes. So Daniel S, he was safe. He chose to put Noah up for elimination. Noah chose to give safety to Raymond, who chose to put up Daniel K for elimination. Daniel K chose to make Geneva safe. Geneva chose to put up Evan for elimination. Evan made Giovanni safe. Giovanni put up Ryan. Ryan made Sydney safe. Sydney put up Brandon. Brandon made Jill safe. Jill put up Brittany. Brittany made Kira safe. And Kira put up... Oh, no, that was it. So then after that, there was a vote, and Daniel K was eliminated. So of the targets there, of Noah, Daniel K, Evan, Ryan, Brandon, and Brittany, why was it that Daniel K was the one who got the axe?
So wait, I just want to say, before we get into the pass-offs of the safety chain, I just want to point out the importance of, I think there was a lot done in the previous 2 rounds. Like, I think everyone started setting up their games in the past 2 rounds because the even number twist, I think we all kind of knew was a crapshoot. So those of us who our names weren't getting thrown around, we just sort of said, well, it's probably not going to be one of us, so let's go ahead and start building alliances. And then that's also why Jody's name gained so much traction in the last round, because we all just picked a name, said it, and then started planning for safety round chain and started trying to get alliances, because I think that was where I bonded with Ryan and Daniel S. We got into a room and did our Geek Squad thing. I think I had started something with Noah in a room. So basically, I think a lot of us spent the last 2 rounds trying to set up, especially for this round and the other rounds going forward.
For sure. I definitely connected with you guys in that we just had the round before that at the end had just tried to plan that out. And then they threw that out, that little twist on it.
Yeah, so, they turned it on us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually wrote down in my notebook, because when we were watching the intro videos, I noticed a pattern of people that saying they were geeks. So I was like, watch out for a geek alliance if that ever formed. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, it was legit.
I could work with some geeks, but I don't want to put my eggs in those baskets.
Yeah, the theme of this round, like Raymond hit the head on, was like relationship building, I think. Especially like it started with, I really like the way this round was modified, because I think otherwise it's just a crapshoot of like the 2 larger rooms immediately trying to give safety to each other, which mixed everything up, and I think built for some really cool dynamics moving forward. Like DK supposed to be giving immunity to Sydney, but giving it to Geneva. And I think that if anything, the main people's focuses of like targets started to be shown in that round. Like obviously Daniel finally came through fruition, which like made Raymond and I the happiest people.
Yeah, I was so nervous to put him because I was afraid that Sequester Twitter was going to come for me. So I was in a room with Evan and somebody, and I was like, should I do it? I don't know if I should do it because I don't know if we got any more votes coming all right. But I was like, forget it. I need the enemy. I'll shoot for Daniel K now.
Yeah, and then we got lucky. Me, you, and Daniel S ended up in the same call. We were all thinking Daniel for like 3 rounds at that point. And obviously you had like Noah thrown into the bunch again, just because people had the reasoning like approaching jury starting that they just didn't want Noah there. They're like, he already left. Why should he make jury? But my fate I knew was as soon as that round started, I just accepted my fate. I'm like, Giovanni's gonna get safety. I'm gonna be screwed. I haven't talked to him in 8 rounds at this point. Like I don't stand a chance to be safe in this round. So what a lot of people started saying was, especially Noah and I think linked up a little bit, was that why are we even talking about trying to get safety or nominations at this point? Jump around and start pleading for yourself now. Start pushing Daniel before the chain's even done. Like you need to jump on that fast. Like, he's a tough person to vote out. We've tried for 3 rounds at this point. Like, you have to push before anything else is even locked in. So I think, honestly, I think his fate was sealed before even like Brittany or Kira were given their safety or nomination. I think, at least on my end of things, everything was locked in.
And there were a couple people who weren't going to vote for him, but that's when I threw out, which I think turned out to actually be true, the Geneva Sydney alliance. I had said that they had.
Me and you pushed that like crazy.
So I know Brandon wanted to address something, right? Was it? I think.
Oh yes, I do, because Brittany said so. Yes, guys, it's Twister. Brittany first at me. The thing is, me and Brittany started off the round together in the same room. No one else was around. And when we first started that, I suggested the idea of, hey, since we're the first 2 here, me and you, if we both end up interchangeably, we'll save each other if it comes to that. And it was that I was the final. It was when Sydney put me up, which, by the way, I didn't really care. I felt really good at that point with all my alliance members. I was in a room with the 3 people who I needed to choose between, which all I had very good relationships with. Kira, Jill, and Brittany. All of them I wanted to go really far with. Jill was from Long Island. Kira was almost the same age as me, and Brittany and I made that agreement. I am so sorry, Brittany. I completely forgot that you were even still in the running to get safety. That is why I thought I was only choice between Jill and Kira. And speaking of that decision, so sorry, Brittany, that's why I did it. I completely forgot. Had I remembered, you would have gotten that. Trust me, I did not need to front stab you. But when it comes between who to give safety to, I was thinking more of who I had the better relationship with. At that time, I had the better relationship with Kira. So I wanted to say Jill to kind of build up that relationship. Also because we were both from Long Island and we hadn't really talked much before this round. We like chatted here and there. So that was my thought process. It was such a hard decision, especially since I was one of the last people voting. Both of them were pointing to me. I felt so bad for Kira, but I'm going to talk about that in the next round.
We have the man of the hour, and by that I mean this round, the elimination boy himself, Daniel K. It was theorized last night whether or not he was my child, me and Mallory's our offspring, and I am not going to confirm or deny that. Maybe Daniel will touch on that, but here he is, Daniel K.
Welcome.
Hi.
Daniel K.
Hi. Am I supposed to talk about something?
Yeah, everything.
Well, you can, or I could start. I don't know, however.
Well, first off, I want to say, I heard a lot of the stuff that the specific Podquester Mini was saying about me during the game. So TR, I know the rumor is that I'm your little brother, but I did not realize that like brothers talk shit about each other like that. I find that very strange. But I definitely don't regret.
I don't know what shit you're talking about. What shit did I talk about?
Those first couple rounds of the game, I had people telling me that y'all were very vocal about me.
Let me ask you this: did you watch the stream, or did you just hear what people say? Because I'm on a panel with 6 people, and I'm not 6.
Well, that's why I said the Podquester Mini. I didn't say
right.
I was
here's
the Podquester.
Here's the thing. Podquester is just me and the other host that's on. The other guests are their own opinions. Sometimes that's Brent, who's very opinionated. Sometimes just saying.
Oh no, I know it's Brent. I know it's Brent. I'm not being mean. I don't. It's the Sequester Mini, and we're all here to have fun, right?
All good.
And we're all here to reflect. Anyways, this round was incredible for me, although I got out because I was able to save Geneva. And I'm sure Geneva may have been talking about it already. But
no, I haven't gotten anything.
So in our original mini, we played the May 8th mini that people like to talk about. I was going to save Geneva during this round. Like during the safety round, I was going to give it to her. But I was stuck in a room where the safety landed. And I had to give it to someone in the room. Because at the time, that was the thing you did, right? And I didn't want to look shady. And then Geneva got out that round. And I felt so bad because I was like, I was going to save her and I should have just done it. And so to actually get to that point in the game and actually have the opportunity to save Geneva was completely full circle and made the entire mini good for me, even though I was legit targeted from the beginning. So I felt really good about that. And Geneva, I'm so happy that you did so well and that everyone finally got to see how good of a player you were, because like you're awesome and amazing. And above all, to everyone watching, she's an amazing person. And I totally in love with you, Geneva. I think you're great.
Thank you. I appreciate
And this cast as a whole, y'all were awesome.
Yeah, no, I think we had a great cast. I think, yeah, this round, honestly, you know, it was scary for me, obviously, because last time I went home in a situation where the person that was being decided between me and myself, essentially that person had a final two with the person who picked them. So it was like, I had no way to save myself. I didn't have an LOS. And it's just a weird way to go out when you're not eliminated, like you're not like voted out. It's just like you were the last one left. Right. So it was just kind of unfortunate, especially because like, you know, on the Podquester the next day, like Daniel did say like, oh, I wanted to save you. You know, a lot of people were like, oh, you were robbed. Oh, you know, and I'm like, why didn't any of you save me? Like, I don't know. So it was like coming into this game, I was really worried about this round. And like, I was kind of grateful that Audrey adapted it a bit, because I think that also allowed it to flow in a different way where it's not like the last person who's left is eliminated, because it could have been possible that could have happened to me again, but maybe I would have been able to fight my way out because there would have been other people I'd be up against. And I think one thing that was very meaningful for me to get safety from Daniel, because especially considering like, you know, we kind of had that situation and there was one time we had a game night with eviction notice. He got rid of me. So like, I was just like, can we like, you know, work together for once, you know, that sort of thing. But it sucks because I actually had an LOS and I had heard Daniel's name, but I didn't think he had enough votes. So I wanted to save it for a little bit later for when either maybe I was a target or he was a target. And now I'm like, maybe I should have played it and went with my gut. But
you did the right thing by not playing it on me. You did the best thing for your game.
But yeah, so that's what I kind of wanted to say about that. Was it definitely was a full circle situation because of what happened the last time. And I'm glad that I was able to at least make it further than that round, because it's a difficult round to go. Like that, and those wheel rounds and the drag rounds are very difficult to go because it's like you have less control in them.
Yeah. And also, Ray just got off. I wanted to say how awesome his game was. I can't be on for too long. Oh, there, he's back. Ray, looking back, and like I was at work all day today, so I haven't been able to watch too much of it. But what everyone was telling me was, you are an awesome player. I cannot wait to watch you play again.
Thank you.
You did great. And again, I can't stay for too long. I just wanted to say, y'all were a great cast. I hated that y'all targeted me so much, but I get it. Yes, that's my Twitter. Go follow me. Also, one last thing I want to talk about before I go. I posted about this last night. I lasted 8 rounds, so I donated. Yes, there we go. Perfect.
I'm going to drop it in the chat too.
Yeah, if you donate to this Act Blue link, it splits the amount of money that you donate to over, I believe, 70 different bailout funds. The world is in dire need of, the Black community is in dire need of donations, advocacy. Black Lives Matter. And as the Sequester community, we're one of the very few reality TV show communities, I think, that really embodies what it means to be diverse, to be of different, my cat just went off, diverse, to different sexual orientations, different gender, whatevers. Everything involves, we have to stand up for our Black community at this point. Our Black brothers and sisters need us. Please donate. Please put in $5, $10, $20, whatever you can give. It is so important. We already know how much this can benefit people. And again, happy belated birthday to Breonna Taylor. Again, love you all. Congrats, Ryan. Hi, Sydney. And yeah, bye, guys.
Bye, Daniel.
So, well, after the safety chain pass-off round, when Daniel was eliminated, that brought us into round 8, which was the final pre-jury round. And this is, of course, where Kira dragged Noah. Noah, you're backstage. You're probably tearing up just at the thought of it. But let's get into it. So I couldn't find any way to get in contact with her to bring her on the show. So we can't speak for her side of things. But for everyone else, why did we target her? Why was it Kira? Why not Ryan, the winner here? Huh? Why not? Let's talk about it.
Wasn't this the like 4-way 2-2-2 guy or something?
It was
Okay,
absolutely.
Kira, if you're watching this, I'm sorry.
Yes. So by the way, there was a tie between Kira, Brandon, Noah, and Raymond. Continue, Sydney.
I tried to burn my vote on Kira because I had not heard her name. And I was not about to vote for Noah because it was obvious that I was going for Noah. And I really thought he was going to drag me. And it was Brandon. I was not going to vote for Brandon because he was in my starting room. And I had already put him up for elimination with the safety chain. And I feel like he would have dragged me too because we were in the starting room together. So I tried to burn it on Kira. And then when we had to revote, I tried to burn it again on Kira. I didn't think she would go, and that's.
I want to say, going back to what I said before with Kira, I wanted to go as far as I could in this game with Kira because I really liked her as a person, and the fact that we were both new players, both around the same age, and both the youngest of everyone in the cast. I really wanted to go far with her. I really liked her as a person. I burned my vote on her as a second revote because I didn't want to go home. I didn't want Noah to drag me. I didn't want anyone to drag me. And I am actually really shocked that Kira did not drag me because I thought, oh my God, she thinks I betrayed her.
I was freaking out because I told her girls all the way. I was like, I've got you. And then I went and did this. I was in a room by myself. I was freaking out. I
told her so much. I'm with you. I'm with you. I want to do this with you. And then I voted for her. I thought she was going to drag me, but her dragging Noah, that was the most shocking thing.
Yeah.
I thought that it was.
Briefly to say, joining us in the conversation, we have Daniel S.
Daniel S. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Daniel.
I wasn't at all surprised. I feel like I was like the go-to pick because everybody's been trying to get me out for a while. And I tried to make some bonds with Raymond in previous rounds and some other people, Giovanni, and then they seemed to be gunning for each other as well. And so my game plan was just kind of screwed. So I knew that like a lot of people didn't want me to make jury, given that I was the first out. Though I think it would have been smarter to take me further because that I'm probably not going to get votes in the mind of the jury. People don't want another Chris Underwood situation slipping into the end, So, but I totally get it. I think it wasn't the smartest move. You got bigger targets to drag out, but
I thought that if you got to the end, you were going to win. That's all I kept saying because people were gunning for you hardcore. When I put down how many times I voted for you, that was honestly, it's embarrassing.
I'm ashamed, but I think I voted for you like 7 times, Noah, and I'm not even exaggerating. But that round, I actually voted for you because I had the LOS and I was like, you wouldn't be able to drag me. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. So but it didn't work anyway. But then you were dragged and I was like,
yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
I had seen it coming for many rounds, and in a way, I got the full Sequester experience, being voted out and being dragged in the same round, in the same game. So, not very many people can say that. So,
I want to know, Noah, who would have you dragged if you got voted out?
I think I would have probably dragged you, Daniel S.
Oof.
To be honest with you.
I was pushing your name a lot.
Yeah.
You and Daniel K, I was like, I need them both out.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's just, and there, I just kind of been hearing my name from you more, so that's kind of was my reasoning for that, so, but I couldn't steal anyone's jury spot, and that's okay.
But you played really well, Noah, honestly. Like the fact that you were able to like evade all these rounds was very impressive. So like props to you.
I was saying like you had like 9 lives in the game. It was crazy. I was like,
it was the drag that took you out. So
it's crazy.
You didn't get voted out.
That's what I love about Sequester, man. You never know what you're gonna get. But I appreciated meeting all of you and the time that I got to hang out with you guys. So hopefully I'll get to see you guys again sometime in the future.
And there, of course, is Noah's Twitter. It apparently was not really used prior to last night, or
That's I used a little. It's fine.
Yeah. How many do you know how many Twitter followers you had before the game, and then how many you had after our stream last night, by any chance, or how many you have now? I should say.
I have no idea.
No idea. Well, okay, I'll say it for you then, Noah. You're. I'll say it for you. We doubled his Twitter followers, so let's double it again. Go follow Noah.
Killing me.
Give Noah a follow right down below. No, you were a lot of fun. We enjoyed chatting with you on the after show. We enjoyed watching you play. Getting the chance to come back. It was so satisfying.
It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Of course, I sound like a broken record. Do you plan on playing Mini any time again in the future?
If people want to see me back, I'll tweak some things and come back. Of course.
I think it's safe to say people want to see you back.
Yes.
So tweak those things of yours you got to tweak and then come back.
All right, will do.
Thank
All
you,
right, guys.
Thank you,
Good
Noah.
talking to you.
Good
All right,
talking
later.
to you. Bye. Bye. All right. So after the pre-jury, of course, comes the jury. So in the jury phase. Jury phase started out. This was the first. This was a first time we have not seen this before. Unprecedented. We had a jury of 10, which of course would then lead eventually to our first ever final 3 in a Sequester Mini.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy stuff. So to start out the jury, we of course the first 2 rounds were our now or later twist. If you're not familiar, this is the twist where the players are given an option. They can either vote the first round or they can vote the second round, but they cannot vote both. And between the 2 rounds, the number of votes in the first round would be exposed. Not the people voting, but the number. Of course, this first jury round, this was where Daniel S., you here, you bit the dust here, my friend. So did anyone have a strategy going into this twist? We've seen some people try a few different strategies here. I'm curious to see for anyone who maybe watched a Mini before or who had any kind of know-how with this kind of twist, if there was anything you tried to enact, if it worked out, how it happened, and how Daniel here got the boot. Now, I do want to welcome into the mix. We do finally have Brittany joining us. Welcome, Brittany.
Hi,
guys.
Hi, Brittany.
Yeah, I know when this round started, I my only plan coming into it was lie my ass off that I'm voting in the first part so I can have one of few votes in the second. And then immediately got screwed because I'm in this call with me and 3 other people. I'm in one of the channels. They're like, we should both split it. We should do 2 this round, 2 next round. And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do next round. Like, whatever. As long as I have my vote for the second half, that's fine. And the entire round, I just had to bluff that Brittany was getting the votes. Brittany is getting the votes. Like, blah, 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 blah. And she ends up playing the LOS, which I thought would make a bluff easier. But it got revealed so fast that who were the people that voted and who they voted for. Everyone was so open and honest that
honestly, that LOS screwed everything. If it was not for that LOS, I feel like the game would have went completely different.
Blame Giovanni for that. He's the one who told me that he heard my name, and I was like, "Well, this was the twist that I got out the last time I played, so I'm playing my LOS." And then I was in a room with Geneva, and I was like, "Let's vote Daniel." Sorry, Daniel.
No, it's okay. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking in that round. I think at that point I realized that a lot of the relationships I was working on, I didn't get into any rooms with any of you guys. It was everyone at this point that I got into a room with, had some trying to talk to, was already gone. So I was trying like, well, who do I have like these ties with? And like I was trying to work with Ryan with that room one time, but you know how those are. Those are very like, and he already suggested like he was already trying to work on his own plans. So at that point I realized like I'm not in a really great boat, and not as much as I thought I was. And yeah, I ended up trying to. I think I voted for Sydney that round, and it ended up not even mattering. It was like, oh gosh.
Yeah, going back to what Ryan said, the people that were in that chat with him was me, Geneva, and Jill, and we all agreed that we were going to split the votes. 2 would vote for this round, 2 vote the next round. I think our targets were Daniel, and I forget the other one. I think it may have been Raymond.
I think.
Am I right?
I think so. I remember Evan's name going around. Like,
yeah.
The last
Raymond, I'm sorry, we'll get to that later. Sorry. But Daniel, you went out in the first round of those votings, right?
Yeah.
There was like 6 votes, like out of 9 people
I know.
that all voted the first round.
Me and you, Brandon, voted.
I have to admit, Daniel, it was me and you in that room when it was revealed that you got voted out. I know I did like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. As soon as you left, I celebrated my ass off. I'm so sorry. I am very sorry, Daniel.
As soon as I went to the jury room, I saw your face and I was like, oh, okay.
I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm sorry,
that
was.
Yeah, I had
that
no
was
hard
going
feelings
my
about it. I
mind.
was I've just got into like the whole Sequester community, into orgs and reality games to begin with, and for this to be like my first time in, I was really proud of myself of like getting to jury, and I was like, you know what, you got here, and then I got to be a fan again and watch you guys, and you guys did so amazing. So it took the sting out of the bite, basically.
Yeah, I just saw Giovanni put the comment that he was never going to vote the first round. I was never going to vote the first round either. Like, every time I watch this, like, everything that I've heard people say is, if you can, try and save your vote until the next round. And I thought I did a good enough job pushing.
I was pushed into a corner where I had to. So.
Yeah.
Who did you vote for, Brittany?
I voted for Daniel.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in my last mini I voted the second round, but I switched it up this time. I was just like, well, hopefully I'm not gunned for in the second round. So that's just kind of what I went with.
Yeah, I know. This is the round that absolutely kicked my ass into gear in terms of like, all right, this is when you start playing, because I was in that call with Brandon, Geneva, and I forget who the fourth was.
Jill,
yeah. And immediately, like, you guys are like, Daniel for the first round. I'm like, oh, hell no. I'm saving my vote, and I'm going to do whatever the hell I want with it next round. I'm out of here. And I started bouncing around, and I wish I could have, like, that's why I pushed the Brittany vote as much as I did and worked with that, because at my head right there, I'm just like, I need Daniel in this game with me, because I have a mediocre relationship with everybody else. Maybe Brandon and Raymond were the other two I was banking on then, but, like, Daniel's the last person who, like, I really needed well in that round. So
yeah.
I'm going to be honest. This was the round that I started to distrust you, Ryan, and that I tried to subtly. I didn't really act on it, but I started getting the feeling that you had to go really soon. But it never happened. I didn't get that traction going. That's my fault. But
yeah, there was a question why weren't we talking about Ryan? And that was because he was like under the radar until the tether round. He was really fishy to me, but we could talk about that later. So
we could talk about that later.
I didn't target Ryan because, I mean, he saved me with with the safety chain. And like you said, that was really about building relationships. So for me, I was like, okay, he's good. And then he flew under the radar even more. But I didn't target Ryan.
Yeah. I didn't target him because
under the radar.
I think I was really targeting people, like, even though Ryan and I did not really have a close relationship in the game, I was just prioritize keeping the people who I had stronger bonds with, and then I would just get rid of the people I didn't have strong. So like I was, at least at that point in the game, I was starting to see Ryan a bit more. So like that I think was why I never really went after him at that time. But then, like, I guess, like, Daniel, I didn't, like, really have that many interactions with you at that point, even though I thought you would be, a great person to play with. But that's where it was like, okay, we said Daniel, and then I spoke to Brittany, and then that was Daniel. So we're like, okay, that's kind of what happened there.
Yeah, like I said before, that's where I realized, like, I felt you all change gears, and I was like, oh, I'm not part of that gear change. Like, they went to level 2, and I'm still got here at level 1. Like, what's going on?
I am trying to see if Giovanni can join us and see if he has any perspective to offer on this round.
So he can tell me, like, why he told me he heard my name, because I have hardly even talked to him at all before that. So I really appreciate him.
In just a moment. While we're waiting, though, Daniel, do you have any thoughts on any other part of the game or any other aspect of the mini or mini?
Oh, there is so much with, like, especially like with my first time. There's so much going on here. I'm looking at my notes too. Just like with Kyle's gameplay, I really wish I could have seen him go further. I trusted him, but also, like, I was super scared of him. I was like, oh, he would have been such a great threat later on down the line. So I really wish I would have seen that come into play. And then, of course, with everybody who made it past this point, my goodness, I wish we had the diary rooms because I want to know what half of you guys are thinking, what was going on in your brains.
I was alone a lot. I even told the audience, I'm like, this is like my 9th time alone. Where is everybody?
Yep. I'm like, here's my other monologue. This is what's going on. Okay, let me go find people. Okay, see you later.
Yeah, but when I'm watching as a viewer, like if I see someone in a room alone, I will automatically. I don't know if everyone else does this as viewers. Like I'll go into that room. I'm like, I want to hear what they're saying real quick. I need this diary session. Yeah, but oh gosh, you guys did so well. But it was so great to be part of it.
Oh, we do have now Giovanni joining us.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Welcome to the party.
This might be the first room I'm in with Giovanni, even after yesterday's game.
Honestly.
Okay, Giovanni, this is the round where you saved me. So.
Yeah. So I have to be completely honest with you, Brittany. At the start of this round, I forgot who was in the room, but they were just like, "So who are we thinking?" I knew I wasn't gonna vote. So, and nobody wanted to throw out a name. So I think I had not really ran into you much at all.
Yeah.
So I just said, how do you guys feel about Brittany? And then people were kind of like, yeah, sure. So then I left there, and the first room I got into happened to be yours.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was just like, let me just start the narrative here. So I said, Brittany, I heard your name. And then I didn't think that was going to freak you out as much. And I was like, oh, and you asked me, I think, well, who said it? And I think right at that time is when time got called. And I was like, oh my God, thank you. Because I don't know what I was about to say. And then I saved my vote. And then when you played the LOS, and then when we immediately started the next one, you're like, oh my God, thank you. You're like, I'm loyal to you. I said, oh, great. Now I have to submit me. And that was what I did. I was still trying to get people to get our friend Raymond over here out. But nobody was really biting on it.
Unfortunately.
And, yeah. And I think that was also the first round where I really ran into Ryan. And the vibe that I got from him was, oh, he's in with Raymond. Because I think I figured the idea.
We were pretty much
we figured that out pretty soon.
Yeah. And I was like, I don't know who he is, but I know he's not with me.
And this was also where, because I did a whole lot of, I don't know, coming up with a name, and then in the next room I say, I've heard this name from someone. And nobody ever questioned it. It just said, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll go with that. And this was the first time I think I told Jill that I heard her name, even though I was the one saying Jill. But I told her that, and she said, who said it? And luckily, it was a room limit, so I had like 5 seconds to think about it, and I just came up with Brittany. I was like, oh, Brittany said your name. And she was like, oh, well, I said Brittany's name too, so okay. And then she got pissed and like went searching for you, and I was like, oh, fuck. And that leads to the next round. So.
Yeah, that leads to me, Sydney, and Jill fighting.
Yes.
And we all decided Raymond's the common denominator.
Before that, we'll get to that. So I do want to say, Daniel S., short-lived. I know that with the room, it kind of gets a little dicey, but thank you for joining us, at least for a little bit, to offer your perspective.
No problem.
Anyone have any final things to say to Daniel before he heads out?
No. Enjoyed our Geek Squad Alliance.
Oh, yes. I wish I would have been able to dive more into that for sure.
And Daniel, can you tell us a little bit about your Twitch and your Twitter?
Oh, yes. Okay. So on Twitter, I mostly I do a lot of like talking about me on my Twitch. I do a lot of gaming, RPGs and role playing. So it's very chill and it's very variety. And I usually try to sway more towards how my viewers are feeling as far as like what games I've played. So if you guys ever want to head out there and say hi to me or even play with me, that'd be amazing.
Well, thank you, Daniel. Be sure to check out his stuff down below. And Daniel, I see that you have the shirt.
Yes, guys. Buy Sequester merch.
Would you play in a mini again?
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, my God. Yes, I would love to.
Well, then next time, if you see Daniel the mini, work with him or get him out, whatever you're leaving.
Or get me out.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel. All right, so we moved into the Now or Later part 2, and this is where sadly Jill was eliminated. Now this is where, of course, as Brittany was just saying, this was where I wrote in my notes, Raymond exposed party, where things all kind of coming to a head, and the different angles you were working all kind of intertwined. So let's talk about that.
Well, I didn't have my vote because I just voted for Daniel. But obviously, I threw Jill's name out because she just voted me out. So I didn't have a vote, but I was pushing out to Evan, I think, had a vote in my room. And Giovanni, I don't know if you had a vote, too.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was a weird round because usually people lie and say they're going to vote the first round and don't, and then in the second round they're all like, I have a vote, I have a vote, I have a vote. And here everybody was like, I don't know who has a vote. And I just, can people explain to me?
Sorry, that's what shocked me so much, that as soon as I said, oh, I have a vote, do you have a vote? People just admitted like, oh, I don't have a vote.
Yeah, everyone
I was
said
like, well,
no.
that seems counterintuitive. And then I
In my
was
case,
trying
it
to
was
figure out
absolutely true.
where everybody who had the vote was left, where they were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there were a lot of people lying about not having votes. I know somebody on the stream got called out pretty hardcore. Raymond.
Yeah, I did. Like, she was relentless too. It's basically because I just happened, I can't remember who was in the room, but at the end, like the very end of the last round, I got caught in the room with, I think, Jill, Ryan, and someone else. And we pushed Brittany's name. And I told them I was voting Brittany as well. So I think we were all expecting like 4 or 5 votes on Brittany. And I was convinced that I had enough votes on Brittany already that it was going to be her, that I just chose to hold my vote so I could have some say in the next round. So then when the reveal came out that Brittany was not gone, which technically I still could have voted for her. And it's just the fact she played LOSA, like, so I tried to cover it. But Jill was not hearing that. She was just like, it wasn't Brittany. You didn't vote for her. I was like, I mean, maybe I did.
Yeah.
But I was just like, I voted for Brittany. I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't have a vote anymore. So I was saying that I didn't have a vote when I did. And they were just going around trying to figure out who still had votes.
So you were saying you didn't have a vote when you did because you wanted to appear loyal to having voted for Brittany?
Yeah, because the room I ended in thought that I voted for Brittany because that was the plan that I had pitched.
Okay, and so then you had to like commit to that?
Yeah, so I wanted them to think like, no, what are you talking about? I did vote for Brittany. She must have saved herself with an LOS. That's the only reason she's still here. Because I wanted them to vote out Brittany, and then I wanted to vote out Jill so that they would go back to back, and then
that's when you used that I was confused thing. Like, I was confused. I thought y'all said for me to save it, and you were voting Brittany.
No, that was Ryan who did that.
Yeah, Ryan got caught, right? Like, in a weird way, where he was saying he didn't have a vote, and they were like, but you're supposed to have a vote, and he was like, I promised I would keep my vote, and they were like, yeah, so you have a vote, right? And then he was like,
oh.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, yeah, you're right.
That now, yeah.
Vote. So, but there were a ton of there were a ton of people who were lying about having a vote.
Ryan.
What?
Sorry, yeah, we were
Ryan,
just like, what?
You want to clear up your vote?
Okay. Yeah, this is where I think my hand with Raymond got shown more than ever in this game. I mean, obviously next round even more.
Yes.
But I walk into the room with Geneva and Brandon, and I forget who I had talked to 10 minutes ago because my mind's racing at this point. This is when I'm really like kicking myself into overdrive. And so they're like, "You have your vote." And I'm like, No, I don't. And they're like, "You're supposed to not have your vote." And it was an absolute mess. So I just leave. And
we should have Geneva. We should have realized.
At that point,
I know we should have. I was like not even.
At that point, though, with Brandon and Geneva, like how I said earlier, like I was never going to stick with that plan either way. Like, I didn't want to vote Raymond. I hop into the next room, and that's when I was in with Giovanni and someone else, and they were like, we got to vote Raymond this round. We got to vote Raymond. Giovanni and I both told each other that we had to vote that round. And I hop over one next room, and I'm like, Raymond, I know you have your vote. Just tell me you have your vote. He's like, no, I don't. I'm like, all right, well, if you do, you're getting votes, so put a name out there, and the timer ends. Giovanni walks in on me saying that to Raymond. I'm like, fuck, like, it cannot get any worse. And from the small conversations I heard with Raymond was saying in that room when I walked in, I knew that Jill was a big name out there. And to me, that didn't matter if Jill went home. I had no relationship with Jill. I never really hopped in calls with her. So I threw my vote on Geneva. I had been pushing the whole Geneva-Cindy relationship for a few rounds with Raymond. And at that point, I'm like, maybe no one talked enough that it'll end up being like a widespread vote with a tie. And I can at least have Geneva out there as an option for a vote. Or best case scenario, Raymond voted with somebody for Jill and Jill goes home. It didn't really matter to me either way. So,
and that's pretty much what happened, right? Because I think Evan still had his vote, and he said he threw it on Jill as well. So I think it was
2-1-1. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, Giovanni. You ended up voting for Raymond.
I voted Raymond.
Yeah, so it's 2-1-1.
Thank you, Gerard.
I still thought there was only 3 of us voting, and so I thought great, this is my only opportunity to get Raymond out because no one else seemed to want to do it. And I was trying to get Ryan as soon as he left. I was like, oh, I gotta find Ryan because I think I can get him. And his vibe in that room just felt like, I think he's with Raymond. And when I finally jumped into the room at the end with both of you guys in there, I just got the vibe, oh, this isn't gonna work.
What's crazy about the Raymond and I thing is that I think Raymond and I spoke like closely once. And it was when it was me, him, and Daniel S. when we did like the whole Geek Squad thing. So
yeah, and then from there it was just pretty much we kind of wanted the same people out anyway. So it was like, are you hearing this person? Yeah, I'm hearing this person. All right, easy. And then we go to other rooms. So we didn't have to talk that much about it.
Well, after Jill was eliminated, that brought us into round 11, the vote tethers round. And I think I have some of the tethers. I don't know if I have all of them. So maybe you all can help fill in the gaps here for me. But I believe it was Giovanni and Sydney were tethered. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Brandon and Raymond. Is that right?
Yeah. Brandon, yes.
Evan and Geneva. Am I on something? I think so. And I don't know what else is left after that.
Oh, and then me and
there was no
Ryan.
other one. There was no other one after that.
Oh, gotcha. So at the end of this round, of course, this is where Raymond, you were eliminated. I'm so sorry. But
first of all,
how did the tethers affect our gameplay, and how did it get to that point, Raymond? Yes, please go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say thank you to Ryan because I know that he ended up voting for me, I believe, but I know that he tried so hard not to, and that like Brittany and then just push him into a corner, and he had no choice. I apparently was screwed from the start because Brandon was like, "I am not voting with him." So
Yeah.
I was pretty much.
I really want to explain myself with that. So Evan, Geneva, and me all end up in a room together. Evan and Geneva told me that they were tethered together and that they wanted Raymond out, and I targeted Raymond a few rounds ago, but good thing he didn't catch on. But just in case he did, I couldn't have him finding out I was going after him. So we made an agreement, and I was planning to, whoever Raymond was voting for, I was not voting for that person.
Mm-hmm.
But then I end up in a room with Raymond and someone else. I forget who that person was, but they told me that they were voting together as a block. There was going to be 2 votes, and this would be the time to blindside Geneva.
Oh, was that Ryan?
Yeah, so
that was obviously Ryan.
Very tempting. I thought about it because Geneva has proven time again. She's a really strategic thinker. I even said in the first chat room we ever had that memorizes pi. I wrote down next to her, extremely smart, try to align with her. So I knew Geneva and I were really, really close, but I had to kind of like think about it because she was a smart player. In the end, I decided Raymond needed to go only because Raymond, in the beginning of the game, you threw out names left and right. Like everyone was following along to your beat. Everyone was calling you the best player. And for me, I could not have you find out that I went after you a couple rounds ago. That's why I'm sorry, Raymond. I'm sorry we had to be tethered together. I'm sorry I broke your game.
Yeah, okay. Admittedly, I will say that Brandon was my one blind spot because, like, I figured Giovanni was going for me because when I went into rooms with Giovanni, it was like so and so. He'd be like, "Yeah, I can do that," and I'd be like, "I don't feel like he wants to do this." But I feel like all of my interactions with Brandon were good. So unfortunately,
they were
not keeping up with that relationship a little bit better. But I was like, "Oh, I got him, so I should be good." And then once I was tethered with him, like I was screwed. I went in that room to try and figure out something, but I knew I wanted to do Geneva, and like I was just kind of stonewalled. She was not moving from that room, and I was like,
and you're like, move to whatever room, and I was like,
all right, Brandon, just go to room 4. And like, yeah, I didn't think he was
you told me.
Okay, this might work.
If I was in Geneva shoes, I would have been like, what the hell?
That was the moment I was really surprised, Geneva, that you let them go. Like,
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess for some reason, weirdly, maybe I felt comfortable with what was happening in the game, and I felt like I still wouldn't had to have worried at that point. Like, sure, I knew my name was probably going to be out there eventually, like it had to be, but at that point too, I had heard that like Raymond was throwing a lot of names out. He's playing, the game very well. And I'm just like, okay, well, we might as well get him out. Evan and I, we have a vote. We vote together. It'll probably work, especially if Brandon does not decide to, vote with him. And I felt like, because I think for most of the game, like, especially like with Brandon and Sydney, I kind of stuck to that room 2 alliance. So like, I guess I had confidence that Brandon wouldn't have done that, I don't know, at that time.
But you
had
had a lot of confidence in Brandon. We don't have the voting chart, but I think that if Brandon had voted with Raymond, that you might have gone.
That's what I was talking about before.
I think
It
so
was
too, yeah.
Between Raymond and Geneva, and ultimately, I figured my relationship with Geneva is stronger. I'm sorry, Raymond, again.
Yes.
But Geneva, actually, I'm sorry, I did kind of, I remember I threw my vote for you. I think it was in the first drag round, because I thought nobody's voting for Geneva.
Oh, yeah,
I feel like because I'm reading the chat up a little bit, I feel like I owe my rundown of how this round went, especially 'cause I know Brittany wants my rundown of how this round went.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Let's get Brittany back in here, TR.
It first started, I was in a room with Raymond and Giovanni, yeah. And the first name thrown out was Sydney's, and I immediately shut that down, because this is when I was really focusing on like relationships that I would need for the next 2 rounds before the final drag. And I knew Sydney and I were good because I gave her safety in the safety chain and whatnot. So immediately I'm like, Geneva's playing the better game. This was nothing new that I was doing opposed to 3 rounds ago. I was always kind of pushing Geneva as like a strong player. And on the call, we agreed. Giovanni was like, yeah, I'll tell Sydney I'm going to do Raymond and then just put my vote somewhere else. So our votes.
Okay, that's what I heard. That's what I was wondering.
And Raymond was like, I think I could get Brandon. I kind of agreed because I felt good about Brandon. I thought maybe he's on the same page. Maybe he'll vote Geneva, which apparently was true, that Brandon kind of felt like almost on the line enough to vote Geneva. And to me, I hadn't talked to Brittany a lot. So I said on the surface, I'm like, yeah, I could maybe get Brittany. And I hopped into the next room, and I could not have been more wrong. Brittany joins in. She's like, yeah, so we're voting Raymond. I'm like, no, I want to vote Geneva. She's like, well, that's not happening. She's like, so we're just going to cancel our votes then. And I'm sitting there, and in my head at that vote, and I know what the chat's saying a lot is, why keep Raymond around for me? For me, at that point, Raymond and Geneva were 2 people that in my layout the next few rounds could have been interchangeable. So I was planning on having both of them at Final 5 as the obvious target I was going to push to be the vote out, hoping that both of them would recognize me as like not being the one to drag. So I know I had a good relationship with Raymond. I thought maybe if I vote him out here, he recognizes like, Raymond, you played a really good game and he won't drag me. I did the same thing with Geneva, where that was kind of my plan. So what eventually happened at the end of that round, I'm just like, yeah, I'll vote Raymond because I can claim that at a resume move at the end. And then I still voted Geneva. I didn't vote Raymond out.
I actually did not know that.
My whole game plan was maybe cancel me and Brittany's votes. Giovanni told me that he and Cindy's votes are going to be canceled. My last-ditch effort is that Raymond and Brandon can vote together, and that their 2 votes might be on Geneva, and Geneva goes home. My vote for that was to cancel as many other options, and worst-case scenario is still a good-case scenario for me and Raymond leaving. And best-case scenario is the person I want leaving, and Geneva to go. So for me, there was really no bad option there. Either way, I felt like I could have gotten Raymond or Geneva out at 5. So whichever one of them stayed would have been fine. I would have preferred Raymond around because it would have made my life easier in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah.
But
yeah, there was no way I was ever gonna vote Geneva. So
thank you. And same with Brittany. But the thing that's so funny is everyone were like, oh, they know each other. I'm like, I've never even talked to Brittany like ever before. Maybe like could have maybe some random Twitter interaction with like maybe multiple people. But it was just funny how like people just were like, oh, they must be a duo. They must have a deal like and a game. But for me, it was more, I was like, I'm going to keep people who played before safe because I know that I'm also going to be a target too. So then that's when I eventually heard from Brittany. She's like, Ryan threw your name out. And I'm like, what? So
getting yelled at here, even though it hurt my game, was the best thing that could have happened to my game, because that's when I flipped from under the radar not doing anything to, oh shit, Ryan's playing. Even if he's standing up for the biggest threat of the game right now, he's out here and he's doing something, which I think, while that round it was my best move, it set the path for the next 3 rounds of boots where, okay, Ryan's actually someone that's doing something right here and very visibly doing it, opposed to what I was doing beforehand. So.
Okay, so let's get going into those rounds then, and start seeing how, Ryan, your game kind of evolved without Raymond. But thank you so much, Raymond, for being on here. You
Thanks for
were
having
my
me.
winner pick.
Yeah.
And you had a lot of fans both on the podcast and in the chat. So please tell me you will be playing again.
I will definitely be attempting to play again. Yes.
Yes, we would love to see you. We love Rob Kings too. So thank you so much. Is there anything you want to say either about this round or about the game that you haven't had a chance to mention?
No, I had an extremely fun time. I love seeing all the comments that I'm a Rob King. That just feeds my ego so much. That's part of the wrestling thing. I'm a little bit of a narcissist. So I love hearing this, and I'll definitely be playing again to hopefully not go out the first round next time I play. Because I have a feeling that next time I play, everyone's going to be like, oh, it's Raymond. Get him out of here. So we'll see.
Yeah, you have to come in with a disguise.
I'm going to have to play really different.
Raymond for All-Stars.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Ray.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, Raymond.
Bye.
Okay,
Well,
so that was the vote tethers, and I'm sorry, is TR
No,
back?
no,
There
go
he
ahead.
is. No, I was just going to say that was vote tethers, and that moves us into one of the rounds that I think people, like watching it, were always like, this round. But this one brought up a lot of names that maybe weren't on everyone's tongues until this round. The rumor has it round. I want to know what everybody's rumor was, and who you thought were saying your names in the rumors.
I hated the rumor has it round.
I'm sure you
I
did.
got painted as one, a target of the game, and two, someone that hated women, which I don't know where that came from.
That was awkward.
I mean, my rumor.
I did not say hated, but okay.
My rumor was that Sydney and Geneva were working together. I'm sure everyone knew that was my rumor because I've been saying it otherwise and got exposed for hell because of it. But that round was scary in itself, just being called the target, but also because everyone's acting was horrible that round in terms of not letting me know that I was the target. Like Brittany kind of got screwed by it because I would walk into a room and be like, oh, we can vote Brittany here, and then I would be like dead silent. And I didn't see Evan, Shivani, or Brittany for half the round. So I'm like, these people aren't talking to me. Like, things are not adding up to me very well in this scenario for me. Like, if anything, maybe Sydney or Brandon will vote with me. That was the only thing that I was kind of living for there. But either way, I'm like, I saved this since round 2. I'm playing it no matter what. And my best, thank God for Sydney saying she was willing to vote Brittany, because I knew that there was no point in tying the vote. If something did happen, I could vote Brittany, and there was going to be another vote there, so it wouldn't tie 2-2, and my LOS would go to waste, and I would lose someone like Sydney or Brandon, who I wanted to keep around more.
I want to admit, this round, not my best moment. I voted for Raymond. He was already out of the game.
Oh no!
I totally blanked. I do not know what happened.
What?
In my mind, Raymond was still in the game. I swear to God, I'm not making this up, by the way. I don't know what happened this round, but I was not in the game at all. Brittany going was a surprise to me.
I do remember right before we muted, you said Raymond, and I'm like, what?
I know. I totally blanked. It was so bad. And I made a lot of mistakes.
I'm like, are you confusing Brian with Raymond because they're both our names?
We're abandoned.
What happened?
I felt like if I did have my shit together this round, I probably would have gone after Ryan because of that mastermind comment. Also,
you could have tried, but
I could have, but I voted for Raymond because I'm dumb, and I was so mentally checked out that round.
Wow, my impact still using Raymond as a shield even when he's gone.
I know. I'm so sorry, Raymond.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know it was required to give a rumor. And so I didn't really have one in my head. And then Audrey messaged me, it was like, I need a rumor. And I'm just like, and I wrote, Ryan is running the game.
I was wondering who wrote that because I didn't know where it came from.
Yes,
Mine was Giovanni threw Cindy under the bus during the vote then or now round. I just wanted to make some waves between two people. I didn't know if y'all were close or not, but I couldn't think of anything else.
Mine was Ryan was going after the girls, obviously. So
not even true. But
well, you went after me.
You were
I went after
Geneva, and then you voted me out. So obviously you were.
I went after a girl. I went after Geneva, so and I respected playing a very strong game. That's
who said
okay,
that.
So me and Sydney were.
I didn't forget Sydney.
Who did that?
You said Geneva and Sydney are a duo.
Yeah, but I was never going to vote Sydney out. I was never going to vote Sydney out. I pushed the vote off of Sydney. And I voted you because Sydney was saying your name as well, and it was an easy out for me. We just fought the last round.
But you didn't even need Sydney's vote that round because you had an
I
LS,
didn't think that Ryan was going to vote me out, but I knew he was going to push. He's been pushing Geneva and I, so I had to get that off of Geneva and I put that on Brittany and Geneva. I said that you guys pregame before, and then I don't know. All of a sudden, I just started thinking, wow, if I keep Brittany around, that's why I was so fine voting you out. I'm sorry, but I was just like, if I keep Brittany around, like, what if her and Geneva do have a final two? It's easy. I can push the girls. I don't know. So I thought I did what's best for my game, and so, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, my rumor was that Brittany and Geneva had a final two, and I had no idea.
I
had no idea if it was true or not. But honestly, at that point, I just said, I think I need to get Geneva out because she's been doing a really good job of like still being here. I didn't want to get rid of Brittany because she had explicitly said that she was loyal to me, and I figured that's going to be helpful probably in a drag round.
Mm-hmm.
And I just hadn't really gotten a chance to talk to Geneva at all. I didn't expect Geneva to go out during this round, but I wanted that conversation at least to start during the round for the next one. And it seemed like other people had similar ideas. And then once I heard it was Ryan, I said, well, I'm fine with that too.
Yeah. So I guess Evan was the one that made that rumor that I wanted to be in a final with all the guys.
I guess so.
I think so.
Evan, actually, that's kind of true. I kind of wanted Evan in a final with me, but I didn't know who I was going to take that. The game was still going on.
Yeah. You were more fluid than just all five, or all male finals.
Going with the flow.
Mm-hmm. So the rumor started happening, and how did Brittany become the main target?
Well, I really wasn't. It was. We all said Ryan.
Yep.
Literally everyone said Ryan except for Ryan and Sydney.
And Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
Sydney, what did you?
I was targeting Raymond.
Oh yeah. So Brandon was not corrected by that, and threw his vote.
Yeah, I was definitely targeting Ryan at that point because of Brittany, what she told me.
But Brandon, Audrey didn't write back and was like, Raymond's not
No.
playing him.
She left me hanging.
I like the idea that somewhere Audrey.
I was like, wait, Raymond's not in the game anymore.
Brandon's whole game was vote messed up. So he put one in the chat of a room before too.
Yes, I did.
This
lucky for me,
hilarious.
that room was gone. That's when room 5 was closed up. I'm sorry. I voted for you one round, and I accidentally typed it in the room 5 chat.
Oh, I saw that on Twitter. Someone told me.
Definitely wasn't a vote against you. It could have been.
It's okay.
Silva, could have been anything. I don't even remember.
I like the idea, though, somewhere Audrey did record a vote for Raymond during that round. It's like officially canon that Raymond received a vote, like the only person to ever receive a vote after they already leave. So y'all are breaking all sorts of records. Our first final 3, our first mess up on that officially counted. So Brittany, when you were voted out, were you surprised? Because you were LOS out.
So, okay, I was surprised and not surprised because, okay, I knew everyone was targeting Ryan. And at the last second, when I voted Ryan, I was like, what if Ryan has an LOS?
Yeah, that's the scary thing always.
I just had won a second LOS in the tether round.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I almost used it, and then I didn't. So
here's the thing. If you had used your LOS then it's very possible that Raymond would have been voted out again.
Exactly.
Master strategist, voting people out who are not even in the game anymore.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah,
What
so
would have
y'all did come
happened-
up with a backup plan for in case Ryan had an LOS. And
What would have
and that-
happened if Brittany played her LOS?
Then
And no one else got
probably
any votes.
I
right?
assume that Audrey at that point would have realized that Brandon didn't vote correctly, and if he had voted for someone besides Ryan or Brittany, they would have gone. If he voted for one of them, it would probably go to a tie where everybody but them were up for elimination.
Honestly, if I voted, I said I wanted Ryan out, but it was always in the back of my mind. I was like, wait, but he's a number for me. I don't think he's going to try to betray me anytime soon. So I was on board. If anyone told me to get that they were voting Ryan, I would have been like, done, I'll do that. But in that situation, it wasn't the best move for me to get another one of my numbers out. And if I voted correctly, I probably would have either voted for Giovanni or Brittany. Sorry, guys. Because I was more connected to Jenny, Gia, and Evan.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so it would have either been Geneva, or if he had voted Brittany, then it would have been Brittany and Ryan are safe. Everybody else is available for elimination. And everybody has a vote. So I think that's the way it would have gone. That would have been interesting to see.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, Brittany, that's what you would have preferred.
And thinking about it now, I would have been like, if that actually happened, I would have gone for Evan because he was so under the radar. And it was,
It's easy to say that now, but when somebody's under the radar and you're playing the game, that's exactly how they stay that way. They might have- I mean, I honestly think that Geneva, you would have been in trouble, but those are all like speculations. So I know that we're actually getting kind of close to the next mini, so we should probably keep going.
Yeah.
Brittany,
okay,
thank
I
you
just
so
want to say
much.
I love you guys.
Yeah.
I love this podcast.
Love
I
my
the
fake final
Discord.
too.
Love you.
I'm very active on Twitter. I live tweet sequesters
Do
whenever
it.
it happens. So follow
And
me.
you'll
I'll follow
play
you
again,
back.
right? You'll play
Yes,
again, right?
definitely.
Okay, fantastic. Good.
I'm trying to play
Brian.
Ryan. I'm trying to play Ryan in Winners at War, guys. So let's make it happen.
We also want to, people are talking about some all-female, possible private minis or regular minis. So I definitely think that, Brittany, that would be one that you would kill at. So
Thank you.
But thank you so much for being with us today.
Bye, guys.
Okay, and so we move from rumor has it. Wait, is TR back? Because I keep having to change my things, and I'm never sure.
Hey,
TR
I'm
is
back,
there.
yeah. So after that LOS was successfully played over here, and then Brittany was eliminated, we moved into a final 6 trivia true or false round, and the first question that we were asked was true or false. Jennifer said she was a published artist in her thing, and I think that the answer was that she had actually said she was a published author. So you all got that correct. The next one, there was a debate over a sports, some kind of flag.
This is why I wish I got to know Kyle a little more, because I never saw his background.
The fun thing about that question is that he had a different background during the game. He had West Virginia flags behind him. So I accidentally got that question right. I said it wasn't Miami. He's like, he had West Virginia in his background. That's false. Easy. And I found that it was just a different Miami team. So,
well, after the questions, that left Brandon and Giovanni as the skull flops up that round. And Giovanni, I hate to break it to you, but this was where you were eliminated, man. So let's talk about it. How did we decide? How did we decide between these two? A tough choice, I know, but we had to make one.
Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was making chit-chat small talk, and I just spoke up and said, let's vote Giovanni. He's playing a super strong game. I wasn't going to push Geneva this round. Again, this is the point where I knew I wanted Geneva at 5 to push us to vote Ben. And the person I thought that was playing the best game and still unconnected to me at that point was Giovanni. Like, we had been in calls at that point for a total of like 4 minutes the entire game. So I had no relationship to him. He wouldn't have been much help to me in the next round. And I just put it out there fingers crossed, everyone buys it and runs with it. So
I was just hoping that Sydney would just keep talking because she was just talking and talking, and I was like, yes, this is good. No one's looking at me. Keep it going. And then you just cut it off and were like, I'm just voting Giovanni, and I was like, fuck.
I definitely want to get into that the next round, but definitely a really positive thing that started happening was suddenly, since we're all in a room together, people are just going after each other, and myself and Evan are just like saying nothing, watching this all go down. Honestly, some say boring. Why didn't you guys talk? I'd say I was probably in one of the best positions at that point in the game. So even though I was up for elimination, which, sorry, Gia, like as soon as your name was set out, I guess we all mentally kind of agreed.
Yeah.
And Giovanni, you were pretty active in trying to get Ryan out the one before. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I mean, even though Ryan was like,
and we asked the question at the beginning, he was like, so who voted me in the last round?
I said,
and I was just like,
and you were honest.
I have nothing to lose. Honestly, I got the vibe that you were going to respect gameplay and just like the game in general.
Yeah.
And I think also I was confused if this was going to be a drag round too. And
there
then
was confusion about that.
Yeah.
There was confusion, yeah.
So I was like, I just need to make sure that I'm just being as honest and as myself and not try to do anything that's like underhanded. And so when he asked, I figured some people are going to probably lie. I'm just going to say the truth, and I'm going to just be as like upfront about it.
Yeah. And since I wasn't eliminated in that round, I was like, yeah, I voted for you. That's what happened.
Yeah, which I felt bad. Yeah. I asked that solely because I wanted to know how many votes were on me, and I canceled my LOS. And I felt bad when you said I voted you because I am someone that fully respects honesty. I'm super loyal straight up. But the problem was I came into that round knowing like if Giovanni's vulnerable, I'm voting him out. And I felt like shit when you were like, yeah, I voted you. Because normally I'd be like, damn, I respect the hell out of that. Like, I'll figure out someone else to vote. But there was no point of voting Evan or Sydney at that point. That was a dream final three to me in the game. So you were the only option I could have driven then. So
I wasn't going to vote in spring and so.
We can talk about that next round.
Yeah. So Giovanni, so you don't have a Twitter. This is wild.
No, I am a non-Twitter person. I do stalk Twitter, but I do not have my own Twitter account, so I see things.
But you're on the Facebook, so you're in the Facebook group.
Yes.
Okay. Are you on the Discord?
No, I'm very like just like as basic social media as possible. Facebook, Instagram. That's basically.
Oh, you have an Instagram. Okay, well then make sure that you let us know your Instagram before too, so that we can shout it out at the end of the podcast too. Because I think a lot of more people are on Instagram than Facebook. Sorry, bro, but that way we can find you there. But do you have anything you want to add to that round or to the game in general that you haven't gotten to say?
I think in this round, I voted for Brandon to go home, and I guess I probably was the only one. But I think my perception was that Brandon wasn't really playing the game strong, and I think it's the same thing with Ryan. I didn't get to a lot of rooms with Brandon, but I think now hearing back the game from the beginning, as we've been like going over it, I think that Brandon really did do a good job.
Thank you.
And yeah, I think I just had a lot of fun, and I just didn't want to be the first person out or dragged. And neither of those things happened, and I felt really good about being taken out, particularly by the person who won. I love that. And yeah, don't forget Black Lives Matter, and make sure that you vote in all elections.
Yeah, those are great points. Both in the game and outside of the game. Who did you vote for to win, Giovanni?
I voted for Ryan.
So getting you out was actually.
It worked,
positive on every way for Ryan.
Yeah, if that had not happened and I still ended up in the jury somehow, I think I was probably going to lean towards Sydney just because I had more of a relationship with Sydney.
I have a question though. If it was a drag round, who would you have dragged?
Yeah.
I think because I voted for you. No, honestly, I think I might have done Evan. He was completely silent that entire round. And like I was in rooms with him, he kind of was just like yeah, sure, like let's just do this, like whatever the plan was. So I was just trying to make sure that whatever was at the end was like as strong. And I knew that you were doing a little bit better of a job than he was, in my opinion, in the game. So I think it probably would have been Evan. If not, then it
would y'all have played that round differently if you hadn't thought there was going to be a drag?
Mm-mm.
Well, no, obviously not, Ryan, because you're the one who said someone's name. You said, I don't even care about damn drag me then. What about the rest of y'all?
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
I went into the drag round thinking of it as like a final four and being ready of what to do for that.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I realized, or I guess it didn't end up being this, but I thought it was going to be more than just 4 people. I just didn't have any idea of how to navigate the best optimal situation for that. And it wasn't clear until the end that it wasn't a drag round. I was like, oh, okay. So I think that's also,
Yeah, a lot of people want to know why y'all didn't target Evan in this round.
Well,
Evan, honestly, Evan and me had a good relationship. I know I brought this up in my final say and everything before I voted, but Evan to me was just kind of like the sheep. I know some people wouldn't say that, but he was just there, in my opinion. He didn't really make any decisive moves. I just didn't respect his game. I think he's a great person. I just didn't respect it.
And that's why you didn't target him?
Yeah, I wanted to bring him to the end.
Okay. You want him as your GOAT?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes some sense. I feel like there was some confusion early in the game with Evan where people thought he had played before. And he spent a lot of time trying to convince people he had. I remember, Geneva, you were like in a room with him and I can't remember somebody else. And they were like, I want to work with you vets. And he was like, I don't. I'm not a vet. I've never played before. Leave me alone. He was like, do I need to change my hair? What's going on? So I think that might have led him to play a more under the radar game because somehow people thought he was like some sort of, so that I'm sad that we haven't been able to get his perspective on that. But I do think this was an interesting group to be in the finals together and see all play very differently.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus said that Evan got a purple edit.
Oh no.
Giovanni, thank you again so much for being here. You will be playing in the future. I like the TRS and I say, I'm like, so we will.
I hope so.
Good, because I loved your intro video too. So I think that you were quite the personality on the show. So we definitely have to see you back again.
Geniality.
Bye, Gia.
Right.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye, Giovanni.
Well, that brought us to the final 5. The much talked about round last night. Wow, people had a lot to say. So so normally the final 4 is the penultimate round, and tonight it was the final 5 instead because final 5 was the drag round, final 3 was the jury questions round, and this was where there was a tie between Geneva and Ryan, and then Geneva was voted. Geneva chose to drag Ryan. Ryan gave a little pitch, and then Geneva changed her mind and decided to drag.
Ask permission.
Of course. So let's talk about that. I know that Giovanni was saying that he was thrown off a little bit, expecting trying to plan for the final 4, and there obviously not being one. Where were your heads at in the final 5?
I just want to say first off, Ryan, you completely dropped the ball at final 5. Like, this is the drag round, and you're throwing out names left and right, dude. Like,
yes, I stand by it 100%.
And yeah, it was very confusing for me because this entire game you've been masterful. You've been like covering your tracks, and that would just threw me off guard so much. I was like, this guy's literally sacrificing his game. You told Geneva too. She said if she got voted out because you threw her name out, that she would drag you. And you were like, I'm fine with that. And I was like, this is not the same Ryan I was playing with from first. It can't be. So can you explain to me that?
Here's what I went into that round knowing, especially with how easily the Giovanni vote went over, that I was going to come in, say I'm voting Geneva, and I assumed fairly, not completely correctly, that as soon as Geneva said that she's going to drag me, and I'm just like, go ahead, do it. Like, because I didn't mean it like, yeah, I'm fine with being dragged. I'll get 4th place. Oh, well, boo-hoo. Like, how I saw it was, as soon as Geneva says that she's going to drag me, Sydney, you, and Evan should jump on that immediately, because that's your free pass to the end. Me and Geneva are both out. You know I'm going to vote her. She's saying she's going to drag me. Why wouldn't you guys vote her? And in the back of my mind, what my big thing was what happened on the second drag, where Geneva recognizes, like, I was playing a strong game at that point, drag someone that's not. That's what I was hoping on, is that I would be open with Geneva, say it, you're playing a good game, I'm going to vote you out. And if she does get the votes out like she did, that she would respect what I was doing as well and not drag me. That was my whole game plan. If I'm putting myself out there, then so be it. But
what other? I understand that part, but your wording, just like, do it. I don't care. I mean, what other way could that have implied that you didn't just give up right there?
I mean, maybe I don't think at one bit at Final 5 did I ever seem like I was giving up. If I was giving up, I would have gotten 4th place.
I don't think so, but that wording just kind of threw me off a bit. And the reason I stayed silent for the most of that time was people are throwing at each other left and right. Like, Geneva said, Brian, I'm going to toss you out. Ryan says, do it. I don't care. Sydney was like, I'm going to jump on whatever. I don't care if you go, or you go. I'm going to do everything. So Evan just stayed silent, but that's because, like, Evan knew we were all bringing it to the end anyway. The reason I stayed silent was, why am I going to rock the boat? Because the best case scenario would have been Ryan or Geneva vote each other out and then drag each other. That was my hope. I did not rock the boat for that exact reason. And as soon as Geneva said, I'm dragging Ryan, I thought in my head, done deal. And I got happy. Ryan, you jerk. Wait, hold on. Geneva, don't do, I forget your exact wording, but it was like, think about what you're doing right now.
I said, Geneva, I would not have dragged you. I play this game respects game. I think you're playing the best game. I was never going to drag you. That's what I said to her.
So there were a couple of things that came up that were interesting here, as far as I did feel like Ryan was saying, I wouldn't drag you. Sydney was saying the whole game, like this whole round, both during the tie and somehow when the dragging started going on, she was like, what are we doing the whole time? In a kind of amazing way that was like talking over everybody else. And so it made things a little bit more chaotic. So I thought that was like, no, it was great because A, it was entertaining as hell because we were like, what is going on with Sydney? And B, it was entertaining as hell because you actually made it harder for people to communicate in a way that kept you safe, because people weren't looking at you. Like, so I would love to hear, Geneva. I didn't hear Ryan say Brandon. Did Ryan say Brandon, or no? You just said I shouldn't be dragged.
No.
So I want to know, Geneva, how you made your decision.
So yeah, my
Brandon.
perspective. So
yeah,
in the round, there obviously I knew it was going to be a target. So it was going to be impossible to stay quiet. I don't think there was any way I could have gotten around it. So I had to try as best as I could to throw out somebody. And at that point in the game, for me, Evan, Brandon, and Sydney were the people I was working with. Ryan, I didn't really work with him in the game. And Ryan threw out my name, as Brittany told me. So I was like, I'm going to go after the person who went after me. So that's kind of where my method was with that. And then I would also reverse and say, Sydney, Brandon, like, I want to go to 3 with you. If one of you guys vote me, I'm going to drag you. So I did say that as well as a consideration. And one thing I would say is that when it comes to Ryan, I think I was in the heat of the moment where I was like, I just want Ryan out. Like, like if I can't win, like Ryan can't win, yada, yada, yada. So I think it was more of that sort of frustration for me. And then, as, Ryan brought up, like, he like interjected there. I had a moment in my head where I'm like, I should not drag Ryan because I think he played a solid game. Because at that point, like, if Ryan was successfully able to get me out, like he deserves to win for that matter. And so at the end of the day, because I said, like, there was earlier in the game, Sydney and I had a conversation. She said she was never going to vote me. And I said I was going to be loyal to her the entire game. And so that was why I didn't drag Sydney. But, you know, Brandon, you know, in the situation, he did vote for me. And I decided that I would drag him. And I apologize for that situation because it is kind of awkward. But the thing is I did ask Audrey for permission because, you know, I didn't want to like make alternative crazy decision. I know I got a lot of heat from people in the Sequester community, and also a lot of excitement and a lot of confusion and a lot of laughing. So it was a mixture of reactions, honestly. But at the end of the day, like, I do think Brandon played a great game, but I also thought that Ryan played a stronger game, and I wanted to respect him for that game. So that's why I changed my mind, because in the heat of the moment, I was just like, Ryan. And I wasn't really thinking, I was like, okay, I'm dragging you. And I'm like, oh, now that you say, like, maybe I shouldn't, you know? And so that's kind of what happened there. And Evan didn't vote me out, so I didn't drag him. So that was the other question that was about. Yeah.
Because people were like, Evan wasn't playing a stronger game as Brandon, even visibly. So people were like, but because, I mean, you did say at one point, you were like, okay, maybe I will drag anyone who votes for me.
Right.
And you also tried to connect with Ryan at one point. You
I
said, Ryan,
let's vote together.
Yeah, and for a moment, Ryan was like, okay. But I think there was a lot of chaos in that, and it got turned around again, and y'all couldn't get it together.
What?
If you had voted, where would you have wanted to go together?
Yeah, so I almost did hop in when Geneva said, "Why don't we vote together?" The issue that I probably would have pushed like an Evan vote at that point. I think, if anything, again, because I know Sydney
Thank you, Josh.
was voting with me at that point, and even Brandon, obviously the last year maybe wishy-washy, but I think obviously ended up voting with me. So I think the problem with me and Geneva ending up working together is that as soon as I started mentioning that to her is when other people started heavily speaking up and saying like, well, let's just vote Ryan. And so then I'm just like, well, shit, there's no way this plan's going to work at all. I just have to go back to full steam pushing Geneva as the vote. It was chaotic. Like,
it was very chaotic.
We got derailed. We got derailed a lot. I don't want to blame it. Like, Cindy derailed us a lot in that.
I unmuted my mic when it was not supposed to. Sorry, mods. You kept me on your toes.
That would be under the Sydney bingo. If we're doing a Suzi bingo, we could do a Sydney bingo pretty easily.
I did want to give you a proper answer to your question when you asked why I voted you. I want to thank you for being loyal to me. I was loyal to you. In that moment in time, I really thought I had a good chance to win against Ryan and Evan. I could not. If I would have sat next to you, I would have lost. Hands down, wouldn't have gotten a vote. You are so smart. You're so kind, and you're so poised. I would kick myself if I would have brought you to the final. I'm sorry. I did get a lot of flack for that, and I was.
Well, because when we got to the jury, that was a whole dramatic.
That was an amazing situation. Let's discuss that really fast. Sydney, you denied voting for Geneva.
I don't know. I thought I was. I don't know.
But it was just a mistake, right? You weren't actually trying to like pull one over on her. That was just like I forgot.
We're all here. Let's just discuss the final.
Maybe she won't know.
At the end here, of course, we don't have Evan here to join us, but we have the final three in Sydney, Ryan, and Evan, and of course Geneva and Brandon. You can offer us your jury perspectives, but let's talk about the questions. What were some of the jury question highlights and answers that maybe swayed your vote one way or the other?
The thing about it was really in the heat of the moment. I couldn't believe that after all of that, I left in such a fashion. It really did. It broke my heart at the time because I could see I was in the final three, newbie, 18 years old. Like, I've never played Sequester before. And in my mind, I had this flawless game, and when Geneva changed her mind, I was disappointed in the moment, but I remembered it's just it is just a game. And she made the decision that she felt was for herself, and I do not blame her. Going off of that, I feel like Ryan, you kind of did it a little dirty in my book when you did that. That kind of affected my jury vote when you said, wait, when all of us collectively, we didn't, we knew in our minds, like we're not supposed to speak after the day that you drag someone, it's done, it's dead. So that kind of came off as slimy to me, and it did not leave a good taste in my mouth. I kind of knew you were winning anyways. I did vote for Suzi because I was really impressed with Suzi's game about how she was, especially at the final 5, where she's just she's a bombshell. She's going after everybody. She's like, I'll vote for you. I will vote for you. If you drive, I don't care. I'm voting for you. So that really impressed me, and the fact that she kind of played a little bit like me, where she was not. She said, like, yes, like, I will vote for this person, and she was under the radar. I don't think anybody brought up Sydney's name at all, and that really impressed me. So, Ryan, it was great working with you, and we were a great alliance. I realized a little too late that you needed to go. I voted for Geneva because I did have to honor my word to you. We did make that first final 2. And so that I respect your game a lot, Sydney. Congratulations! Like, I voted for you.
Thank you for giving the vote.
That's it. I respect this game. At the end of the day, I didn't think I would do so well. I did, and I'm fine with the way I played and how I went out. Sequester first.
And what about you, Geneva? What really shaped your vote?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think Sydney kind of lost my vote in that interaction, just because, like, I know, part of it was there was just a lot going on in that moment. But she's like, wait, let me check my Skype, and then she's like, oh, I did vote you, and like the votes were exposed. So I was so confused on how she's like, I never voted you, and like I think you're gonna maybe vote me, that sort of thing. And I was like, I never voted for Cindy. I was never planning on it, and that's also why I never dragged her. So even though she was worried because I would vote her, drag her, I wasn't. I was never planning on dragging her. Also, I guess with dynamics, it would have been an all male final 3 if Sydney wasn't in there. So I guess I don't know. I was thinking of inclusion in that aspect. But also I thought she played a strong game as well, and I figured it would be worth hearing like what her final plea would be. But for me, I think that's kind of where she lost me in terms of in the moment it felt like she wasn't owning up to a game move. So that's kind of why she didn't get my vote there. Evan, like I appreciated his answers, but I think at the end of the day I was really between Ryan and Sydney. And then when it came to Ryan, I was kind of actually surprised. I know a couple people had mentioned that like he didn't bring up the final 5 as a big game move, because I feel like honestly, like, he almost went home, and then the fact that I went home and then I changed my mind in the moment, I think that's a big move in itself. And like supposedly, everyone's saying I was going to win, so it's like, if you get out the biggest target and then you get them to drag somebody else, I think that's a pretty big move. So I was kind of surprised Ryan didn't say that, but I don't know if maybe he felt it might have been a little bit discredited because of how it happened. But that's kind of what was going on through my head. But I decided to each ask a question individually to give everybody a fair shot.
Ryan, how do you want to feel about not bringing that up?
Yeah, I mean, part of it was because I know it was a little bit out of the ordinary from what we've seen, a little bit maybe an understatement. So I don't know. I'm sure everyone heard about it too when Geneva went to the jury. For me, that was not the most important thing that I wanted to highlight. I wanted to highlight what I had done during the rest of the game that people weren't going to shit on after the season happened and weren't going to be ripping. So if I went in there and be like, I got Geneva out because she changed her drag name, people would be talking after the season like, that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. At least now I talked about something that I was doing very well throughout the game. What I did
This is clearly a personal attack on me by Louis, by the way.
it's really not.
No, I meant what Louis said here.
Sorry,
comment. No, not your. No, right. I didn't take yours. But yeah, so I think that that's a smart thing to do, is to assume that everybody already knew what Geneva was going to say or what had happened. So what you want to do is highlight things. It's like a cover letter. You don't repeat your CV.
Right. Absolutely.
But I think that maybe you should have just acknowledged that it happened. Just say, I know everyone's talking about that last move, but there are things y'all didn't even see.
Right.
So that we could understand that, you knew what you'd done, which was essentially change the game. Because whether or not Audrey decides to allow people to have the drags, and we did have that conversation on the after show last night about people debating their drags, certainly people are going to try from now on. And, it's like when you strike something from the record, you can say it, but people remember what you said.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like a really cool game changer.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I want to say about it is just reading up on a ton of stuff after the season is like, I completely understand from the Sequester fan base the frustration surrounding what happened last night. Like, I do not discredit for a second. Like, what happened was unconventional. Whether or not people say I broke the rules, or maybe I was just passionate and was doing what I would have done in any scenario, fighting for my game. Like, I get the frustration behind that. The only thing that I ask, and what the frustration that rose today is to not put a huge asterisk on my game. Like, I know it was meant, that whole conversation started in a comment from Brent. Even if it wasn't me, no one wants to hear that following a game. If people do that in future minis and argue their drags, that's all I ask. Respect the person that won it, respect the game that people played. You can disagree with the decision of how it was handled and how it went about it, but when the end, I'm not trying to sound like a little baby that can't handle the heat of it.
I think it's valid to say.
Yeah, I think that, I think this is a game that's evolving, and we've seen Audrey Harvey before. So we know that she owns up to her mistakes and stuff like that. And when we talked to her last night about the situation, she was like, I do think it would have been clearer to tell people that they could talk between drags, and this is something that I'm considering. She's somebody who's always going to listen to what we have to say, so I think that was really more about the game than it was about Ryan tried something and that's what happened. That's my perspective. I know Brandon feels maybe differently about it, but for me, I was, as a viewer, I got to say, oh my god, what's happening? And
it's
so
always
as a
exciting,
viewer,
whether you love it or you hate it. It's always exciting to see something new happen. To see something that hasn't happened before and potentially may never happen again. It's pretty cool.
No, from my point of view, in my head, it was do what I can until I get shut up. I would have talked until I got removed at that point. I'm someone, I never back down from anything. I never back down from any fight. So I was going to fight on until I got banned from Sequester or just kicked from the call. It was going to be one or the other until I had a fighting chance. That was going to be my outcome.
And Brandon, you had something to add? I'm sorry.
Yeah, two things. One, the reason I didn't vocalize more that I don't agree that this should have happened was because I didn't even realize I was muted. I talked and I thought everyone could hear me, but until the very end, I did not realize that.
We all thought you were being very respectful of the rules.
No, I call it like I see it, but on another note that I was going to go into, I have no ill will towards Geneva for what she did. I was hurt in the moment. I'm pretty sure we're all hurt in the moment.
Yeah, that happens.
For things that happen in the game, but it is just a game, and it doesn't mean I don't respect Geneva as much as I did. Otherwise, I wouldn't align with her.
Right,
So,
and I really appreciate that. And I'm sorry that it happened the way it did because it didn't look great. I think that's also part of it. We were in the heat of the moment, and I don't think that there's really enough time to process what in the world is going on in the game. And when you're being targeted at and someone's like, you have to go because you're playing the best game. It's like, how do you, it's like, there's only so much I could defend it. And, I had the returnee bias, of course, as well. So, I mean, I'm grateful that Brandon, you and Sydney, throughout the game, kind of pushed that away. Cause I think that was one thing that I think can constantly get annoying. But, I really do appreciate that because I know that there are people who have spoken out and have expressed their not so happy feelings about the situation. But, it wasn't like I did at least try to ask, Audrey to make sure that it was okay to change my mind. Because if she said, no, you can't, Thank you, Andrew. If she said no, you can't, then I would have just been like, okay, that's fine. But I did respect also Ryan like fighting for his life at that point. So I was like, yeah, let me think about this. So that's kind of what happened in that moment.
No, for sure. You asked Audrey, you said, is this a situation where I can have? And I think that, you know, it's an evolution of a game, as we keep saying. So I think for a moment, Audrey was like, what the hell is happening? But it is also something she had been thinking about, because people have brought up to her before that they would like to see drags be able to debate. So she was like, all right, it's happening. Let's see kind of what it equals. And unfortunately, Brandon was a casualty of that. But I agree with Louis that when Brandon comes back, he'll be kind of when Brandon comes back.
When he comes back.
Yeah, he's gonna get like a big kind of. I think that I would want to play with Brandon because he's somebody who really cares about like what's happening in the game on a loyalty basis and on like rules and stuff like that. So I would want to play with Brandon because I think he would stick far with you. So I do think that you might have been screwed in this game, but you might not have won anyway. I think everybody's asking if it had been Brandon, Ryan, and Sydney in the end, what would have happened. But
well, if I did get into the final with Ryan, which was never happening in any kind of scenario, since Geneva was initially dragging him. I think I'm pretty good with. I think I'm a good talker, and I like to think I speak with conviction. So maybe I would have swayed some votes if I explained my game and how I came in it, downplaying myself like hell.
Yeah.
Because I was the youngest. I was very intimidated coming into this. I was like, I'm a newbie. I've seen probably one Sequester before. Ryan, he's getting off this impression that he played such a masterful game. And overall, it was a great experience. I got everything out of what I came here to do. I told myself, don't be the first person to vote off. Don't be the first person to vote off. Don't be the first person to vote off. Because my friends would have given me complete shit for that. They would tell us, Brandon, you're probably going to get voted off first. And I was like, okay, well, we'll see.
Yeah, no, honestly, you pushing for my safety, I think, was like why I was like, okay, I can't nominate Brandon. Like that was, I was like, I'm sorry, Phil. So that's kind of what ended up happening there, and that kind of set the tone for the game. So
I admit, once we were told that we would have to pick somebody to get immunity, I had to kind of act on that first because that would have given me an instant relationship with whoever I wanted to be safe. And I picked you because you were, based on your video, you were extremely smart, and some people would take that as, oh, you need to go right away.
Right.
So it benefited both of us.
Yeah, and it was one thing that was really funny that round too was the mod was like, Geneva, you voted for yourself, and I was like, well, yeah, I guess that's allowed in Sequester, so I thought that was pretty funny. But everyone, we had all like said I would be safe, so I thought that was just.
I think if there was no dragging at Final Five, I think me, Sydney, and Geneva would have been the final three. I think so because Room Alliance. You're the most.
Yeah.
As soon as sorry, Phil. As soon as you left, instantly I felt a strong connection with you guys, and we ended up going all the way. And I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of all of us.
Yeah, that's why the final drag is such a hard one. All alliances get fucked up in that. I mean, we've seen Amon and Taryn. We've seen Puya and Liana. Alliances go up in the air. It's kind of why it's such a brilliant drag. So then we get to our final two speeches, our final three speeches. I miss Evan being in here. How did y'all feel about Sydney and Ryan going into those final two speeches? Did you feel like you had made your case? Did you feel like there were still things you needed to say?
I felt like for a lot of the questioning itself, like I was checking off all the boxes that I wanted to say. I was honestly kind of a bit of, when people would ask me a question, I would kind of push myself to say a little bit more than what their question was asking. So by the time I got to the speech, or even Geneva's question when she said, what are some other things that you have not said that you want to be said? Or like, And I even paused there because I was like, I think I've said everything. So by the time the final speeches came around, I was pretty locked in. I was confident in terms of, even if I don't get the votes, I put what I thought was my best game forward. I've said everything I wanted to say, so I was proud of it nonetheless.
And did you feel confident?
Yeah. Not to be, before the votes came in, I felt confident that I had it.
And what about you, Sydney? How were you feeling?
I thought I was going to beat Evan. So I thought I was going to get one more vote than Evan. I didn't think I was going to beat Ryan. I fell apart. I couldn't hold it together. Saying that I didn't vote for Geneva, I'm trying to give myself somewhat of a benefit of the doubt. I don't know if I thought that you meant like throughout the game or like just the last round, but that was just way too extra. I really, really, really wanted to get across the point, like my social game. I thought I played a great social game. I thought I flew under the radar. No one said my name. I never had to play an LOS. I really wish I would have gone more in depth about all the alliances that I made when I tried to when I tried to get the girls together. I even tried to give like a little diary session. I was like, I need to get these girls in the room together. It's not working, but then that worked out. I made the room alliance, an alliance with Daniel. I worked with Ryan to get him to save me in the safety chain. He can spin that to his benefit, but I could also spin that to mine. I easily could have been gone, but that was a way to build a relationship with him. So he trusted me. He wasn't going to drag me. He looked out for me. And whether or not it was because he wanted to drag me to the final 3, I could have come out with a fire speech and nothing really happened.
Yeah.
But you don't know. I thought I was proud of the game that I played.
Who did you think were going to vote for you, Sydney? Were you surprised by Brandon voting for you?
A little. I thought he was going to vote. I thought for sure he was voting Ryan. I was surprised Joe voted Evan.
Yeah, I think we'd all love to get Jill's perspective on that, but she's working today, so.
Yeah, but I'm not surprised that Ryan got the votes. He played a great game, deserved it, and yeah.
So you thought you were gonna get votes, but you weren't actually like positive about who was gonna.
Yeah. I knew Ryan was gonna win, but I thought. Thank you.
You were very entertaining. You were a lot of fun to watch.
Like I said, 3 goals: make it past the 3rd round, have Brent not completely drag me, and be somewhat entertaining.
Well, you were
You
definitely
accomplished all of those, I think. Well,
I have a question for
No, please go ahead.
Last question, sorry, Ryan. If you were voted out, who would you have dragged?
Not Geneva, not you. Probably Evan. I don't know. I think at the moment I said Cindy, but I think the more I think if I was put in that actual position, I think I end up dragging Evan just because I had no connection to him all season, to the point where I didn't even hear his voice since like round 3. So
No shade to Evan, but I'm so sorry that I think I was really harsh on him. I feel so bad because he's such a great guy, but
he's a great guy.
I don't know.
Yeah. We formed an alliance like mid-game, so that's why I was pretty loyal to him to the end, basically, as well as with Brandon and Sydney. So that kind of explains why also I didn't drag him in that moment, because he also didn't vote me out. So I appreciated that, I guess. And so.
Well, any final thoughts on the game? Chat, any final questions for these players? Anything that we somehow didn't go over, or anything else still burning, itching at you to say? Guess not. Guess we covered some pretty good ground today. That's good. If the chat, if you have anything else to say, let us know. But thank you all so much for coming on the show today. I'm gonna pull up your social media on the screen. If you want to take a second to tell people what they might be able to see, maybe give them a reason to want to give you a follow. Geneva, you want to start us off?
Yeah, follow me for quality content. I tend to live tweet a lot of shows that I watch on TV, so especially those competition reality shows, so like Big Brother, Survivor. I live tweet a lot of the minis as well, so if you're interested in hearing my perspective, feel free to follow me, or if you just want to stay connected on what's going on. I tweet about a lot of random things in the world, so if you want variety too, you'll get that. But I know it's been a little sequester heavy recently, but that will, you know, change over time. And then like Instagram, hopefully as the pandemic, we're not dealing with this anymore. Maybe you'll get more travel photo type content on there. So be sure to follow.
You could like travel to different rooms in your house.
Absolutely. Maybe I should do that.
There you go. Why not? Thank you, Geneva. Brandon, there you go. That's quite the username there. Is that the year you were born or what's going on?
No, the thing is, I didn't have a Twitter until last night. Because I was so thankful for all like the positive comments that I got, like, oh, Brandon, you just played such an underrated game. So I was so thankful that I made a Twitter and I responded to some of them, and I plan to keep having that Twitter. I also have an Instagram, which I'm a little more active on. I'm a vocalist. I like to sing. I post up there often. Well, not too often. It's there. It's there when I need it. Yeah, basically, I had a great time. I got everything I wanted out of this mini, and I'm glad I got to go down in Sequester history.
It was certainly an historic mini. There's a lot of new stuff going on. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you very much.
I wouldn't change anything. Thank you.
I would imagine if there is anything that's going to be changed, it's probably going to be this username. You got to get something that's a little bit easier, rolls off the tongue a little bit better, you know. So follow Brandon at that username for however long that will be it. Sydney, how about you?
So you can follow me on Twitter. I actually write for Busting Brackets, which is a website from Fansided. It covers college basketball, so I post a lot of my articles there, and I retweet a lot of sports articles. If you like ASU, follow me. I also tweet about Ohio State sports. I'm a huge fan. I love football, and I just tweet whatever's on my mind. And thank you to the wonderful Sequester community. I will now be tweeting about Sequester. I just wanted to say how nice everyone is and how wonderful this community is. Everyone has been so supportive. I was so scared to play my first Sequester mini, but I had so much fun. I would do it again.
Thank you, Sydney. I certainly would love to watch you play again, and hopefully maybe take the crown. I would love to see you give Ryan here a run for his money.
Yeah, that winner at war.
Speaking of Ryan, there we are.
I'm not too active on much. I just made a Twitter like before this started because I realized everyone else was posting them. I think.
What is it?
I think I put it in. Let me scroll up and find out what it was. It is RYNTAYL. It's just cutting out any
RYNTAYL. Okay.
So I'll try to be more active on that. My Instagram, if you want any proof that I am 6.5 feet tall, you'll find it there, me towering over my friends. Other than that, I'm pretty active on the Discord. Be sure to wish me a happy birthday when it's actually my birthday in a few months. It'll be greatly appreciated. But yeah, other than that,
and you'll find out when his actual birthday is.
Yeah, but I can't say it now. If I'm in another mini, I need to bluff it then. So I'll just use it.
I love that strategy.
I'm glad it worked.
I honestly forgot that you said that. So that
I never really took into account Ryan's birthday. I kind of forgot.
I heard it saved me during the safety chain, so who knows?
Well, happy early birthday, Ryan.
Thanks.
Thank you so very much, and congrats on your win. Suzi?
Yeah, I tweet about Sequester and poetry. They're a fun combination, I guess. But yeah, so follow me there. I talk a lot about like things that are happening out in the poetry world, which is like a place. I know people don't believe that, but you know, we do stuff too. We're alive. And also about TV and stuff that I'm watching and Podquester Mini. And you'll see me talking about some of the stuff that we have coming up soon. I'm so excited to be part of this community. So holla at your girl.
We love having you, Suzi. Thank you so much. And you can follow me at TR Conradi on Twitter, Instagram, Byte if you want short, funny videos. It's like the new Vine made by the same creator. You should check it out. It's not like TikTok. It doesn't censor Black Lives Matters hashtags. So do with that what you will. Also, you can follow the show on Twitter now at Podquester Mini. So that's where the bulk of our updates will be. We'll be doing a post after this, of course, to tag all of the wonderful people who took the time to come on the show today. So speaking of that, thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully we see you in a mini again soon so we can get you back on the podcast soon. I'm starved for attention and for company, and this is all that I do. This is all that I have. Well, I'm going to go solo on the screen for just a few minutes to talk about all of our schedule and some other stuff. You guys are welcome to head out. Thank you again so much. Really appreciate it.
I'll see you in an hour, TR.
That's right, Suzi, that's right. Bye, everyone. All right. It's just you and me now, audience. So, yes, this is not the last stream we're doing today. We will be going live on our, let me pull it up here, our Twitch. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There's a Twitch now. We're doing that. That's where all of our live commentaries will be for the future. So be sure to check us out there. We'll still be doing it here through StreamYard, so you'll still be able to see your comments. It's going to be virtually an identical stream from our perspective. It's only going to be different from the audience perspective. So head on over to Twitch. Give us a follow, or however Twitch works. I'm not that familiar, but hell yeah. Because we are going live tonight, which I should say, it's going to be Sharifa. Sharifa is going to be making her official debut as a Podquester Mini correspondent. It's going to be Sharifa, Suzi, and Louie leading the live commentary, and they are going to be joined by Lavina. They are going to be joined by Jacob, who got second place in the Night of the Living Dead mini to Kim Matina, and Big Brother Gossip Mike 2 from last weekend's mini. So that should be fun. I will be behind the scenes in the shadows helping moderate. I will not be on camera tonight though, but it will be fun. We will be watching. I should pull it up. We will be watching, of course, the mini that's coming up. It is accessible at sequesteraccess.com/live feed. No, I still have not updated this leaderboard screenshot. These are the old names. Don't look at them. Don't look at them. But up here, we have the videos on how to watch the game on the live feed tab right there. We have the actual game down here. Of course, you can watch it that way. You also, if you would like, you can watch it via Liquidated's multi-viewer. Go check out Liquidated's Twitter. They have a very, very, very useful multi-viewer website that puts all of the rooms from the mini onto one nice page, and you can toggle buttons to switch between the rooms really easily. It makes the room you're focusing on super big, makes the other room small, mutes them, and it sometimes also has live commentary streams built in. We're going to try and see if maybe we can, I don't know, get the Twitch stream on there, so who knows? Check that out. And of course, if you're a fan of Sequester, if you're a fan of Audrey and everything she's put together of this community, and you want to show your support, you can do that on the Sequester Access Patreon. There are different payment tiers depending on how much or little you are able to give at the moment, but show your support that way. Then you can get in the mini and you can come on the podcast and talk to me for almost 4 hours. Wouldn't that be fun? That'd be so fun. A couple other things. I promise I'm winding down here. We do have our stream coming up at 8, so I can't wait. I want to show you all. Let's see here. Let me pull it up. Hold, please. This was a chart I used tonight for reference. We didn't have an official voting chart tonight, but we did have this swanky little chart that was made by our good buddy Lone Ranger 158. So go check them out. They're very active here in the chat. You may have seen them. They're pretty active on Twitter. They're active in the Discord. What a community member. Thank you, Lone Ranger. Thank you for your help, helping me out. This is the thing that Suzi and myself both used as reference today when we were discussing the round. So you can go check out Lone Ranger's accounts and download these charts for yourself. Wouldn't that be nice? All right. Also, I want to show you, almost done here. Viewers are dropping down a little bit, but thank you to those who are sticking around. I want to, where the hell is it? Okay, here it is. I want to show you the Discord, the Sequester Discord. You've probably heard us mention it a little bit, but this is it in the flesh. Wow. If you don't know what Discord is, it's a fancy little extra big private chat room. I'm describing this horribly. But essentially, you can get an invite link, which I'll show you. I'm going to go ahead and grab right here. And I'm going to drop this in the chat. Here you go. Hold on. Let me drop this here. There it is. Let me pop it up. I think I also have it on a... Nah, I'm not going to do that. It's in the chat. I just dropped it in the chat. So join it that way. You can join this server. This is a fantastic way to mingle with other diehard Sequester fans and alumni here. For example, you know, all of these fancy folks over here with their names in green letters. These are all alumni. There's me. Look, I'm an alumni. I've played before. These are all people who've played in minis, and you can keep up with them. You can keep tabs. We've got all different types of little chats going on. You got the social media links for Sequester, the basic information, news, and updates you might need. A general discussion if you just want to chit-chat with all these people. We have actual live mini discussions if you're wanting to talk with people during the mini while it's going on. You can hop on a call right here. We have voice and video chat calls. Look, there's me. I'm in this voice video chat call by myself. Oh, no, I want out. I want out. I want out. Haha. Okay, you can join that. You can do stuff like that. There's many discussions. We have some people who update, you know, moment by moment what's happening, and that's pretty helpful sometimes. We also have, of course, like I said, the aforementioned Lone Rangers charts here, and this is a pretty active community for playing just fun little non-Sequester games. A lot of them usually do big group game called chat things over here where they play like Roblox and other bullshit. I don't know. I'm too busy. It looks fun, but I can't. I'm too busy. But join that Discord. I will drop it one more time in the chat. Let me see here. Dropped. Boom. There we go. Where are we dropping, boys? In the chat. That's right there. So there we are. What else? I'm trying to think. What else? I probably am forgetting something. Yes. Thank you to my, I shouldn't say my. Suzi was here, of course. Our moderators. Thank you to the moderators in the chat for keeping the peace, for keeping the conversation guided, helping people out. If they have any questions, comments, concerns, go give those brave boys a follow. They deserve it. What else? I feel like I'm probably forgetting something. Oh, yeah. Once again, I want to show, yes, this. Hold on. Let me pull the link again so I can drop it in the chat. I'm just totally rambling here. Sorry, everyone. I'm going to drop this donation link again. This is a great way to split your financial contribution, your support between multiple different avenues, multiple different ways to help people instead of just one site. So if you're looking to get the most bang for your buck in terms of showing your support, that would be a fantastic way to do so. And what else? Oh, yes. Here's another one. Oh, again, let me pull the link so I can drop it in the chat. Here we go. This is another one that has a bunch. This is also pinned on my Twitter. So if you go to my Twitter at trconradi.com, this is my pinned tweet. Has a lot of great resources, a lot of ways that you can help, ways to donate, petitions to sign, ways that you can make your voice heard and show your support. Because as Daniel Case said earlier, the Black community is really going through a incredibly difficult time in history right now. And if you're not showing your support, what are you doing? Come on, show your support. Ways to do so right there. I dropped it in the chat, all the different links there. Like I said, it's pinned on my Twitter. So show your support. Now I am going to shut up, gonna play our outro, and I'm gonna get ready for our debut Twitch live commentary stream tonight, which again, I'll flash that real quick right there. Check it out. Hell yeah. I guess I could touch on the schedule for tomorrow briefly. It's going to be a packed day. Going to be a busy day. We got the after show for tonight's mini. It's going to be at 11 a.m. That's going to be our earliest after show. So to any of our players who are playing from the Pacific Coast, sorry, you got to wake up for this one. I'm going to be hosting that by myself on YouTube because depending on how long it goes, our streams may overlap. I still have to double check to make sure that that's logistically possible to have two streams running through our streaming platform at once. But if it is, we're going to overlap. I'll be finishing up the after show for tonight's mini while Louie and Sharifa lead us in our second Twitch live commentary stream to watch the private international mini that is taking place tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We don't currently have a link for that, but we should have links tomorrow. So we'll be posting that on the Twitter. You can watch along with us, get our live commentary. And then, of course, tomorrow night after the mini, a few hours after it's done at 8 p.m. Eastern, we are going to be doing our after show. So that's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be an action-packed day. Tune in. Please, we got a big boost in subscribers yesterday. I'm very, very grateful. Our live commentary stream was our most viewed live stream that we had, so that was a lot of fun. We jumped from like 470-ish subscribers to like 520 in the one stream, so that was pretty awesome. So thank you all to that. We're now almost to 550. We're getting close. We're over halfway to 1,000 subscribers, baby. 1,000 subscribers, of course, would open up the window, would allow us to offer monetization on the channel. Who knows what that could lead to down the line? Oh, wow. That'd be amazing. It would also allow us to embed our streams. So if in the future, if we did any kind of live something or other, and if a Liquidated, for example, wanted to put that link in something or other, they would be able to do so. Currently, they're not able to do so because we are under 1,000 subscribers. Thank you, YouTube. Hopefully, Twitch will be a little easier. Again, I'm going to try and see if I can work my magic and chat up Liquidated and see if, hey, Liquidated, knock, knock, Liquidated, hello. Psst, psst, love to get our Twitch stream on the multi-view tonight. No pressure. I sent you a DM, bud. No pressure. Regardless, I'm gonna end things here. Can you tell I only got 3 hours of sleep? So sorry. Gonna kick things out of here. Is that what people say? I'm going to end things here with the second part of our theme song. Again, coming to us from Will from America. Give Will from America a follow. Will from America provides all the music for the Sequester games themselves. So all the music you're hearing during the elimination, deliberation, during the round rules and all the other times that music appears. I'm thinking there's only 2 times, but maybe there's a 3rd time. I don't know. That's Will from America. And the song you're about to hear is from Will from America. So thank you, Will from America. Thank you to all the guests who came on today. Thank you to you. Yes, you at home watching right now. Thank you for watching. Be sure to subscribe, like, tell your friend, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, follow us on Twitch. There's lots of things you got to do. Please. And take us away, Will from America's theme song. Bye.